Let's put it out on Twitter. I don't give a fuck if you're 6'3". I'll slap the shit out of you, fucker.
But the people are retarded.
I am not suicidal. That's what I was about to say. Okay. I am not suicidal. Okay? I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that. I am not suicidal.
Okay.
I hope you die in prison as well.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? I hope you're well rested and alive and all of that stuff. This is just a nice little chilled out stream to read these super chats. There are many super chats that came in on Friday, and I really wanted to get through at least the $20 plus ones from Friday, but I got dropped on me that my wife and I needed to attend a graduation party for a former foster child of her parents. So pretty important stuff to do, go hang out with that foster child who is in a really rough situation and has had his entire life completely rearranged, but seems to be doing pretty well. Which is great. He's not to get like too crazy into the story, but he had, from the time we knew him as a foster child, he has since been adopted. And this was, he was adopted probably 10 years ago, something like that. Changed his name, has an entirely new life. And to see him grow up and I guess probably do something with it is great. Is great. Any chance of having Tug on after the verdict comes in on Depp? Yeah, Tug's always welcome on the show. He's the people ask me often, like, why isn't Tug on? Why isn't Tug on? Well, Tug started streaming the trial on his own channel, and I'm not ever trying to pull anyone away from their own thing. So he wanted to, when we first started this thing, and actually before, I talked to him about it because he'd been covering it for so long, and I was like, hey man, I plan on streaming Johnny Depp, I know you've been covering it forever, you good? And he's like, yeah. He thought maybe he wouldn't have time to cover the whole thing anyway, so he started off popping into my show, and then he decided that he wanted to offer, I think, a little bit different perspective on coverage, because it was like me, him, and then some other lawyers. And so then he went over to his channel to stream it, and he's been just crushing it, which is awesome. So it's not that there was nothing that caused him to not come on, other than he wanted to offer commentary on his own way on his own channel, which I 100% support. So. With that said, we're over here today. And we'll be doing this thing. Okay, so let me lay this out at the beginning, even though a whole bunch of people are going to come in a minute and not hear it, because that's how YouTube works. I'm going to be focusing on the super chats that have already come in. This is not a show intended to garner a bunch of super chats from today. So even if no one contributes, perfectly fine. I'm playing catch up here. If you do send a super chat in today, I will try and get to it, but I don't know how everything's going to go. So I will try to get to larger super chats that come in today as they're here as well. Like there's one from the last moron Heekin that says, seen the James from court tweet about Elaine crying. Not that specific one, buddy, but I've seen a whole bunch of chatter about it. I have seen a whole bunch of chatter about it. And I would suspect there's a couple different things going on with that. So turn off super chats. I legitimately don't know how to turn off super chats for an individual stream. Because in the monetization thing, you can't. In the customization thing, you can't. And in the details, see. Yeah. I legitimately don't know how to do that. There's no way that I can figure it out. Like I've tried it on a different stream, and if I just turn off monetization, it keeps the super chats, but it turns off ads, which is, I turn off the video ads manually. But yeah. Anyway, whatever. We'll deal with them as we can, and that's how it'll be. And yeah, we'll jump into this thing. But since we've got that first chat about Elaine crying, real quickly, I think it's a combination of things. One, she has to know that her closing argument was trash. Has to know. Like, you don't think you did a good job when you did a bad job. And she did a bad job. She knows she did a bad job. So that's one part of it. Two, Rottenborn ate her time. Make no mistake, for all of the stupid spaghetti that came out of Elaine's mouth, Rottenborn used way too long on his intro. Way too long. And that ate her time alive. And that's probably why her closing argument was as disjointed and bad as it was. And you could tell they didn't have any idea how bad their time management went when the judge said they had 6 minutes left. That's on them, by the way. That's not like oh, well, so fair. They screwed that up. I think it's also just the pressure and stress of the situation. They likely didn't want to do this mostly in public in front of cameras, mostly because Amber Heard, they wanted to protect her image, and they know how bad she was going to be. But also, lawyers are not used to performing for a camera, and certainly not for an audience of over 1 million people, probably 2 million people plus yesterday. They're not prepped for that. They're not trained for that. It's not how they do it. And you have to know they've been watching their criticism online. So all of that combined, plus just the stress of the entire trial, they're as sleepless as everybody. 6 weeks of this, I think it probably just got to her a little bit. I'm thinking it was, like the emotional flood plus the frustration at having a poor performance, also being in front of millions of people. So, and also Rottenborn eating her time, because that's that internal blame shift. She still had plenty of time to deliver her argument. It's not like, but you saw her get up to the lectern, right? See, it's not podium, the lectern. She got up to the lectern, and she was immediately flustered and started just going at Ben Shapiro speeds of speaking. So, yeah, I think her tears were probably genuine and well-earned, because she screwed up and she knows it. Okay. So with that, I have to hit these Rumble chats. There's 4 of them from Friday because I got to get rid of this window. Ari Berry says, you're from Utah when you hear someone else say they're from there and you feel like you're ET who's phoned home. Props to my brother from another mother. That's Ari Berry talking to Legal Vices. Shaitan Says, when I watch this channel, I think, man, these guys are just super smart. And then Andrea gets on and just destroys you guys with wisdom. Oh, shit, we get wrecked. Go like my Instagram, please, at Trads Photos. That's TRADDS Photos. Live Free or Die 1776. Regarding the previous comment of Amber taking ownership of the op-ed, I think her attorney was trying to absolve her of responsibility of the op-ed in the closing argument, but I could be wrong. No, so they have two things. They're trying to absolve her of responsibility for the one title, the social media title that mentions the sexual assault, sexual violence. They're trying to say she didn't write that because it was written by a Washington Post headline writer. That's true. Most likely true. Headline writers exist in traditional media. There's a person whose whole job it is to do that. And they have a different headline writer for print than they do for online press. Online press, they want to generate clicks in a clickbaity manner, similar to YouTube, and BuzzFeed style articles. That's been adopted by traditional media for their online publications because it works. There's nothing else to say about it. Clickbait just works. And all they care about is that click on the op-ed because it's going to have ads on it. And then people will, they'll get paid, and they need it. They broke. Ari Berry, when I was 19, I lived in the apartment next to Judge Cafe above the restaurant on the corner close to the courthouse. What was it called? Legal Vice? Oh man. He's not here. I don't know. Don't remember. Okay. So those are the Rumble chats from Friday that I did not get to. Now let me see if there's a couple Odyssey chats as well. Lex Teneb something. Lex Tenebris said, Judge, the jury awards Johnny Depp $50 million for damages and a further punitive $150 million for making us listen to her bullshit. Ever Eden Authority, maybe? Says, I feel like Amber's hair today is to make her look like an innocent Renaissance painting angel when she is clearly Satan with herpes. Yes. Pendragon, can Johnny Depp's team request the jury to award a symbolic $1 judgment? They basically did without doing it. You don't want to actually ask for it because what it looked really bad for Amber, right? We asked for $100 million, but that was symbolic. And what we really want like, $350,000. Okay. The problem for Amber is she ran with this narrative. It's not about the money. I just want him to leave me alone. That's what I want. I just want him to leave me alone. Okay, sure, pumpkin. She basically admitted that she's using her lawsuit to try and get Johnny to stop speaking, which is funny, considering she tried to do a slap against him. I do find like this dueling theory. And they should have probably mentioned this on Closing Arguments. This dueling theory of he's using a lawsuit to punish me. And we're going to take a First Amendment approach. It's our First Amendment right to do this. But it's not Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman's First Amendment right to give their statements, right? That they don't have that right. That's defamation. But what she said about Johnny is a First Amendment right. So like wrapping themselves in the Constitution, but at the same time not. And I mean, if it's false and defamatory, obviously there's no First Amendment right. But they're trying to say that Amber Heard had an unquestionable First Amendment right. At the same time, assuming it was weird. It was weird. I wish they would have pointed that out a little bit better. Rockets Red Flare says TikTok time. Ogonzo 1000. I've carried a pocket knife every day for the past 8 years. The only person I've ever stabbed is myself. Often how it goes. Ogonzo, remember how Winona was demolished by Depp? Vanessa Paradis was too. Oh, and Kate Moss's career was utterly demolished too, huh? He also says is Elaine testifying on behalf of Adam Waldman? Yes. Ogonzo says Elaine's not insane. That was 100% Amber directed. I think both. And he also says, what if anything would happen if the jury came back in 5 minutes asking the judge if they still get lunch? He says, holy shit, I almost thought she was going to cry for Johnny. And that's all the ones I can see over on Odyssey. So here we go. Back into today, and yesterday. I'll try and go back and forth. Berserker, can you make an argument towards Chamber as Richard Marx, but in Mark Richards' voice? You see, Your Honor, back when I was negotiating Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom on behalf of George Lucas, I said we gotta do something, and we proposed some different scenes, and we ended up going with the monkey brains eating scene. The other scene was just Amber Heard taking a shit on the bed of everybody. There you go. Jenny Nicole, I took the North Carolina bar exam fresh out of law school in 2011. In 2019, while working full-time, I took the uniform bar exam to be admitted into South Carolina. No reciprocity here with any other states. With any other state bar, painful. Oh, that sucks. Yuck. Captain Karma PR Service. I'm pretty sure Amber's photo of the day she got the protection order looks like a giant pimple on her face. That's what I said. That's what it looks like to me. She should claim damages to her immune system. James Greenlee, thanks to Nick for the great coverage and maintaining a great panel. If you need to take a break, give a listen to Tears and Apathy by Waiting West, out yesterday, on all digital music platforms. Next, from today, Cloudfire 181. Hey, Nick, there was an old video from TMZ about Johnny Depp cabinets where they stated Amber Heard released the video thinking she would get ahead. Oh, really? Is there archive of that? That's amazing. Kat Leho says, Nick, congratulations on your success, brother. Thank you. May your wife grow more beautiful as she ages. She does. May your children change the world in ways you never imagined, and your legacy endure forever. Cheers and God bless. I'll drink some non-alcoholic beverage to that. Thank you. That touched me. I'll sue you in 10 years. Tom Nash Music, been following you since Rittenhouse Mate. Send you a Twitter DM with a movie recommendation for you. Have a drink on me. I'm going to try and not drink the liquor today. I tend to not really drink on weekends normally because I don't normally do shows. And yeah. But I think by now my liver has mutated into something that needs alcohol to live. That's a joke. That's a joke. Shit. Bunch of people are going to be like, you got a problem. Axe 562, welcome to Paralegal Status. And Bad Vibe says, Chu and Camila laid an easy path for the jury to rule in Johnny's favor. Elaine served up a shit sandwich. I think the jury want a full fresh day to debate and discuss it. Lack of medical records dooms Amber Heard. We will see. And Huggy Bear says, happy Saturday to you. Thank you, Huggy Bar, not Huggy Bear. All right, back to yesterday. Thank you. Happy Saturday to you, too. The Real Janice says, hi, watching here in Dubai. The real issue I have is her tearless cries and her obvious histrionic behavior, which in no way comes across as moderate. People lying about abuse make it more difficult for real survivors. That's one of the big narrative theme problems of their case. And it's why it's too much. It's too much without any records, without any witnesses, without anything for people to swallow. We all know what happens when it's too much to swallow. You got to spit. Megan Wargula, thanks for streaming this case and all your insight. Love all your guests too. I know you aren't a fan of pets, but I have a tiny channel that aims to help dogs. No, I'm not a fan of taking care of pets. People misunderstand. Other people's pets, love them. They're great. Dogs, cats, whatever. I don't want to take care of pets on my own because I don't have time and I have to travel. What a mess. But Tiny channel that aims to help dogs. If any of your viewers are fellow dog nerds, send them my way. That's Megan Wargula, Wargula. So go check that out if you like, if you're a dog nerd. Kelly Jansen, her cheeks looked no different today and throughout this whole trial than the bruised picture when she filed the false TRO. Yeah, she puts a lot of shadow to try and make her face look less fat. And the funny thing is, her face isn't really that fat. It's just more round now at 36 than it was when she was 22. And look, sweetie, for the overwhelming majority of people, that's how it goes. But she heavily shadows her cheeks below the cheekbone to try and draw light away and focus the light on the Punisher skull of her face. Postman. My story is too long for a super chat, but I served 45 days from a crazy bitch. She called cops on me after she hit me over the head with a shovel. I've been way too invested in this case. Love you, Nick, but the legal system is a joke. Oh, no, it absolutely can be. It absolutely can be a complete joke. I had a similar client who was trying to stop, not hit by the woman, but by her son. He was trying to, not his son, but was trying to break up the fight between the son and the mom. The son ran off. The mom and this guy followed, and the kid had grabbed a shovel outside. Kid, he was like 16, 17. And right when he walks out the door, wham! Right in the face with a freaking shovel. No, thank you. Crusade is viewing. I was abused as a child and I still have scars as a 31-year-old man. She's a liar. Yeah, anybody who's actually been through some real abuse, I mean, unless they're taking just body hits the whole time, all this talk about punches in the face and the head, if they're real punches, I mean, that cuts and tears skin. Fighters put Vaseline on so that the fists won't rip the skin open because those heal ugly. People just, to me, I just have a hard time buying it, and I think other people do too. K-Dub Smile says, Andrea, kudos to you. Your Amber explanation is perfect. Thank you for framing it so thoughtfully. Jeffrey says, as Jesse Ventura, Minnesota is so nice, except for the taxes and the government. Red rose, yellow ribbon. Wyoming isn't real, but we'd accept you. Love from Sheridan. Knee Deeps. Love what you guys are doing. Appreciate the knowledge and point of view on everything. Greetings from Utah. Legal Vices. Ryan says, Andrea, you want Idaho to stay sane. Tell Idahoans to support the greater Idaho folk. It's always the thing, right? Like the outstate versus the metro areas that start aggregating together. Back over to today. Mike Hawkerts, how annoyed with Elaine do you think Judge David Borowski would be if he was a sitting judge? And do you think he would have actually gotten up to strangle her during closing argument? No, he would. His court reporter would have, because she was speaking so fast. His court reporter would have murdered Elaine. Thank God it wasn't in Wisconsin. Mari says, about Elaine saying we don't care about the money, the only reason she said that was because Ben said it before her. I'm convinced both her and Amber thought that's good. We'll say it too. Well, they had an overall narrative from the divorce that it wasn't about the money, right? Wasn't about the money. Plus, if Amber doesn't win, if she does win, but doesn't win like a money award, she has an excuse to never donate to charity. Because that chick ain't getting $7 million from anywhere. Tara Rayner, I hope the jury isn't heavy on the left. The left disappoints often. We'll never know. Amber Heard is so darn fake. She was busted fake writing during closing. Hope the jury caught her smirk when talking about Johnny Depp injuries. Sejong the Great, I've been combing the media take on the trials, and it seems the news media are unwilling to let Johnny win this case. They need the Me Too movement to be unfallible, even in the face of evidence. Well, I mean, it'll be, if he does win, I don't know if he's going to. He should. But if he does win, it'll be really funny because it'll be yet another one where the media has put forth a narrative that's gotten destroyed. It'll be yet another where the media has been just obliterated, and they'll be like, how could this happen? But that's what they want. They want the dramatic conflict. They're setting up the win-win. Media always needs the win-win situation because that's their business model. So Sailor Mercury and Bubba Dog, welcome to Paralegal Status. Gates of above. Yeah, Nick, because drinking on the weekends is what alcoholics do. That's right. That's right. Let's see. Matthew E. Leonetti. This is back to yesterday. I don't get how incompetent Amber's lawyers were. They knew nothing about the subjects that the witnesses testified for. How could they screw up that badly? Also, if Hollywood Zombies covers Evil Woman, we all know why. That would be funny. They should do that. Michael Hagan says, was happy to see you're a fellow Minnesotan. Also saw you went to William Mitchell. I lived down the block from there in my early 20s. Can we get a rip to the Wild Onion? Rest in peace to the Wild Onion. I never ate there. But to those who did, it will be missed. In the, what the heck? What is the Wild Onion? Wild Onion in St. Paul. Where was this? Permanently closed. So a cafe. Oh, on Grand Avenue. Okay, so this would have been pretty close to William Mitchell. I didn't eat there. We only ever went to Billy's. Billy's is the bar tavern of choice for William Mitchell attendees. They have really good Cajun dry rub wings there. Fellwind, isn't a defamation suit kind of the civil version of a perjury charge? Yeah. I mean, in a sense. Winning reality, hell yeah. Andrea, you nailed it. I'm glad she did. Jennifer Burkhart Hartog, thank you for the donation. No message came through. Tin Man, the last day Amber testified to discredit Johnny Depp's witnesses, she said, of course I wrote it about him, which her whole defense was she didn't write it about him. Yep. That is what she did, but that wasn't the whole defense. And actually, I think people mix this up, and I see it over and over. The defense wasn't that it was not about Johnny Depp. The defense was twofold. One, that the overwhelming portion of the article was not about Johnny Depp, that it was about Amber Heard. But she never shied away from it referencing Johnny Depp. The legal technical argument has to do with defamation, that the defendant has to be identifiable by the defamatory statement or in the context in which it's made. So a reasonable reader would be able to identify the defendant. Or it's not always a reasonable reader, but someone, the person for whom the damages are assigned from, right? So the employer, for example, could be that person. But that's what it was. So that's a technical legal defense on defamation that they were trying to skirt with this case. And so they said she took his name out, any references that would have made him identifiable, and left just enough in to tell her story without pointing to Johnny Depp because she wasn't trying to defame him. Of course, it's nonsense, but that was the argument that they made. And you'll see this a lot in the Me Too movement specifically, because I've been watching Me Too for several years now, and more importantly, people trying to find the navigable way to fight back. And one of the frequent tactics of the Me Too accusation is it's just vague enough. They never want to name the names because they're always just telling their story right? Every time. And then, of course, they'll go on to blast the person over and over and tell their story to everybody who will listen whenever whenever someone finally figures it out. And then they're like, oh, well, now that people figured it out, blah, blah, blah. But when they get to, they're always like, well, I never said the name. I wasn't trying to do that. It wasn't about them. No one would have known. In fact, it's their fault that they identified themselves about this, or other people only knew because they knew that this person was an abuser or whatever. That's how Me Too has worked. And it's trying to weasel their way into the cracks of defamation law and slip through. And it's basically every time. And to understand this, you have to understand that Me Too has a formula. It's a developed product. Me Too is a craft that has been honed and found effective. And once it started going over and over and just going after person after person after person, predominantly men, of course, because that's who it was generally aimed at, to bolster this perception that men are monstrous, horrific abusers and molesters. But that's the reason they're trying that wiggle argument, is because and you heard her defamation lawyer on the stand effectively testify that was what he was trying to do. He was a defamation expert trying to find the perfect path between defamation and identification. Take out just enough. All Amber Heard had to say in her argument was that Amber Heard has been a longtime advocate against domestic violence. She has stood up on multiple occasions against domestic violence, and she has seen punishment that society can wreak upon a female who decides to speak up. That's it. If she had said just that, that'd be a real hard case. So what's specific? Who's it talking about? Domestic violence could easily be talking about her family specifically, right? But when she put the dates on it, she then identifies Johnny Depp. I don't know why her dumbass defamation lawyer didn't just do that, what I just did. I'm a genius. I should charge thousands of dollars an hour to celebrities to help them defame other people. Harry Lansley says, new to the channel, it's been a pleasure of a week. Great work, Nick, and kudos to the panel. All great folks. All the best for the future, sir. I'll be watching. Jennifer Burkhardt Hartog. Oh, hey, there's the message. Cool. I think the earlier question about perjury laws was reflective of the fact that the elites don't suffer consequences, even in congressional testimony. Lucas, I have not had time to see Top Gun Maverick yet, but I really, really want to. And Mink's ship says, sorry, but Amber Heard would never accept that. You're right, because she wanted to defame Johnny Depp. That's, of course, the rub. That's the main inference that everyone should draw. Remos, back to today. Welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Cryptic, did you see that Ben Chu had a baby stuffed alpaca in his pocket while at court? I didn't see it in a pocket. I know he had one on the floor. Danny Curry, welcome to Paralegal. Much appreciate having you here. Tara Rayner says, pets are great for teaching kids. In theory, lol. I had a raccoon till he got balls. Named him Rankin because of the Trailer Park Boys. Ricky called one he was feeding a Rankin. He was a party favor, and I had a hedgehog I named Prick. Very good. Hedgehogs are cute. Nadine Peak, Nick, my husband told me to watch your channel during Rittenhouse. Sad to say, I only now started watching for this case. Love your content. Hey, thank you, Nadine. Thank you to your husband, too. Seems like a stand-up chap if he's telling you to come here. Arson in V, my dream is technology that allows ink to appear and disappear. I'd make an Amber Alert shirt. She gets within 10 miles and the ink activates. Dawn Blaine, welcome to Paralegal. Don't worry, once we all have RFID chips injected into our genitals anywhere we go, so that they could prove rape, of course. anywhere we go, once you get to enough of a radius that it can pick up the RFID signal emanating from your genitals, then you'll know where people are. Then you're sure to work. You just have to, spoof the genital RFID chips. When is Dumpster Boy's case on trial? I believe it's August. I've got to call the court and verify because there's conflicting reporting on it. So I will try and figure that out and make an announcement. Tracy Pierce, great job, guys. By the way, is it me or does all of Amber's friends and sister look like they're from the island of misfit toys? Oh, dang. Jeez. Mythical libertarian woman. Cheers to abhorrence of exclusionary in groups. Individualism for the win. Yeah, I've always been kind of a me person. I'm not super into the us thing. The us things always get messy acting as a unit. Warrant Canary, while I disagree with his team, I like that Rottenborn fought hard for his client. Yeah, he did his job. As crazy as she may be, he did the best he could with a bad client and case and acted as a professional attorney, unlike Miss Meow Meow. I agree. Some of his questioning against, Johnny Depp and others was harsh, but if Johnny Depp's an abusive monster, it should be harsh, right? If that's your premise. If he's a monster, he should be treated like one. That's the idea. I don't have any, I think Rottenborn had a shit case to deal with, and I think he knows it, but I don't have any particular complaints about his behavior. Matt Chuvi says, what would come of Amber Heard winning the lawsuit but losing the counterclaim? In terms of media calling her an abuser or anything else along the same lines in regards to this Johnny Depp situation or vice versa. If Johnny Depp doesn't win the defamation claim, Amber Heard and everyone who supports her or the Me Too movement generally will call him an abuser till the end of time. In fact, they're already going to. Everyone else already is, but she will specifically do it. And she'll do it everywhere and often because now she's pissed. But yeah, it's seen as permission to repeatedly defame someone. But it's important to know, and this is important for people fighting back. People will call you an abuser once that label sticks the first time. They will call you that forever. You can win every court case on earth. You can lose every court case on earth. It doesn't matter. They will call you that forever. It's not going away. It's a leverage tool, usually to prop themselves up, but also to take you down. So that's, but she's going, almost guaranteed to lose the counterclaim. Her counterclaim is trash. It's a really bad claim. No one can logically link anything to it. So, yeah. If Johnny Depp wins, it's permission for people to say, you know what? Those allegations were false. Especially with all of the arguments about the abuse. If he wins now and the way they set it up, you believe all of it or you believe nothing. If he wins, it's kind of planted in people's minds that all of it was false. Every accusation she made was false. And he's maintained that the entire time. So, we'll see what happens. But there are many people who will always and forever call Johnny Depp an abuser. But final point on this, there were already tabloids and articles saying bad things about Johnny Depp. It was this moment that was the linchpin of the shift. It was at that point, the inflection point, where everything changed. His entire career was destroyed. And there's another pattern of Me Too. Well, there were rumors out there for years. So I'm not defaming them because of the rumors. It's like, but your thing is where all of these rumors that didn't do anything, that didn't have any effect, suddenly coalesce into a credible accusation that destroys someone. And they act like the rumors mattered when they clearly didn't, because they weren't losing jobs. They weren't losing gigs beforehand. So, oh, well, Johnny was always late. In 10 years, we got complaints about Johnny being late and having to deal with Johnny not showing up on set. So he was going to start getting fired. Well, yeah, I mean, just for 10 years, he's making blockbuster, 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 blockbuster. But this is where that it just happened to all tip off right around the defamation. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, I believe you. Lawrence, oh, thank you for the donation. Ryan says, was this moment Camille's breakout role? I assume Ben giving Camille the closing was a tough decision. I don't think so. I don't think that was a tough decision at all. Camille's a woman, and this is about a man. Well, it's about a man being accused of abusing a woman. That just the optics of it, have the woman do the cross-exam of the woman, have the woman give the closing arguments, have women all over the place being shown supporting the man, because there's an idea that women will spot the man who is dangerous to them, right? And that if these women believed anything about this, they would be physically repulsed by him. They would be unable to support him. It's not the best idea, by the way. There's all sorts of evidence that women pick abusers all the time. There's all sorts of evidence that that women will end up supporting abusers, for various reasons. So, but it's still it's a psychological trick, and you should use it. Absolutely. Whatever says, with the jury continuing to deliberate into next week, isn't this a bad sign for Johnny? No. Does your panel's percent for Johnny winning go down the more days the jury deliberates? No. And here's why. Resolving the issue of who wins is only a small portion of a jury's task. They could have all gone back and said, okay, we all agree Johnny wins, right? Yep, we're great. Everything's perfect. And they go, cool. Now about those damages. How much does Johnny win? We all agree he wins 50 million, right? And one guy's like, I don't think so. Another one's like, ooh, that's a lot. Now they have to go through a complex analysis and a lot of debate over where Johnny wins. How hard does he win? Does he win $1? Does he win, $10 million? Which one is it? So there's a lot of discussion that has to go on. So I couldn't assign any sort of one way or another analysis just based on time. But I mean, them not deciding on Friday isn't super surprising. My expectation, once the judge announced the schedule, since they were going to get to go home as soon as they wanted on Friday, was that they would come back on Tuesday. Now I thought they might argue until 7-ish, but that was my expectation the whole time. That's not a surprise. Let's see. Don Blaine, welcome to Paralegal Status. These are back to today. Crypto begins, says, can Virginia enforce a judgment in California? Well, Virginia doesn't enforce the judgment. Johnny has to enforce a judgment. And yes, the states honor the judgments of other states. That's part of the Constitution. You can't just leave the state and escape judgment. You can leave a state and make things more difficult, but you can't escape judgment. So there's a procedure in every state for lodging a judgment in that state and then using the enforcement mechanisms of that state to get it. So if Amber stays in California, the judgment from Virginia will still be enforceable in California, but Johnny's team has to do it. And he may not, depending on the award, he may not try. Because really, he was damaged by more than $50 million. That's pretty obvious. But need to win that. He needs to get another movie job because she doesn't have the money to pay him. Any decent role in a movie is going to pay Johnny Depp way more than any judgment from Amber Heard. Right? Michael Painter, do you think Amber's lawyers have restraining orders ready to go for Amber after the verdict? I hope so. She's going to sue. She's going to probably, she might already be dialing up appeal lawyers. She's going to appeal it and possibly sue them. It won't have any basis, but she should. I think she will anyway. She seems very litigious. Mad Chameleon, longtime listener, first-time caller. Why did Johnny Depp take an objection and wait for a ruling for the most part, but Cat Lady was allowed to verbally flail like a child? Is the judge sympathetic? You mean during the closing argument? It's just, I'm not 100% sure where you're talking on that. If it was during close, I don't think Cat Lady flailed around too much during the objections. So I'm not sure what you are. But I mean, okay. So I'll answer generally though. This judge seems to allow a mild amount of speaking objection, mostly the rule, maybe like a couple word explanation of ruling. And then if it goes longer, she wants them to approach and make the argument at sidebar. But lawyers will advocate for whatever they can get away with because it might be beneficial. The jury might hear them and go, oh yeah, I agree with that. Even if the judge doesn't. So, you know, if she had gotten too bad, the judge could have reprimanded her and she didn't end up doing so. Mimi say message retracted. Dirty Dan, I updated the GoFundMe from yesterday. It's now called American Imperialism. Same project, same dusty car. There you go, guys. Dirty Dan's restoring a car. You can check it out on GoFundMe under American Imperialism. Corey Power, I went hunting for Angel's Envy Finish Rye. Finally found a bottle and it was only $70. Oh, cool. Glad you have a better state excise tax than mine. Here are my savings. Thanks for the recommendation. The countless hours of entertainment. Cheers. Thank you. Back to yesterday. Jonathan Versteeg. Keep being you, Nick. You are a treasure and your commitment to debauchery has me. Can I get a shout out for my Washington State-based photography? It's calming and peaceful stuff. At Versteeg Photography on Facebook. JONV photography.com. And Versteeg is VERSTEEG. So Versteeg Photography on Facebook and johnvphotography.com. Dark Strange Nikos, thank you for all you do, especially for this trial. And no matter what, I am staying for the ride of new trials. Also got the Law of Self-Defense book, and I can't wait to read it. Julian Sotelo, sorry if this is cringe, but can you please pray for me? Yes. Going through some conflict with my father, and I feel hopeless right now. Julian, I will. I don't know if you're watching, but absolutely. Slipknot Draken. So I started late and am in Rottenborn's first closing, so I'll watch until you address this. Sucker. Still watching. But couldn't Depp's attorneys have subpoenaed the airline for Wi-Fi history to prove Amber sent the email to TMZ while in the air? I mean, no. They could try, but the amount of like work, what's her IP address, what was sent. No. And the likely outcome is Amber Heard didn't directly send it while she was in the air. The likely outcome is that her publicist or her lawyer or someone at her direction sent it. That's the likely outcome. Someone with authority to do this on her behalf. Shrek the Hulk. Hey everyone, love the streams. If you don't mind, could I get a shout out to a channel I took over videos on recently? It's Nicholas and Diane Atwood, and they do property tours in Central Texas. Thanks again for all the coverage. Okay. Check out Nicholas and Diane Atwood. if you like property tours in Central Texas. Could be cool. I wonder what kind of property. JH, what are the chances Amber is actually charged for perjury? Almost zero. I know people want it to happen, but it's unlikely to occur. Sunk Cluster, either you or Tug should interview Isaac Baruch after the trial. I'd love to. He sounds hilarious. Sarah A. Amber Heard probably pledged payment to her lawyers too. Good luck with that. Bebop and Rocksteady, great panel as always. Andrea is empanizada. What the hell is empanizada? Got my free book, Bronca. I'm sure he'd say, well, thank you. You folks can get a free copy at lawofselfdefense.com/free book. Carrie Pellissier says, question, why did they go through all that trying to prove that the op-ed was about Depp when she said it on stand yesterday? She said, and that's why I wrote it, and all they had to do was repeat her testimony. That's not all they had to do. There's again, it's a nuance of defamation law. They have to show that it's identifiably about the plaintiff. Because you can write something about someone. Like here we go. Check this out. That motherfucker had sex with that girl, and then his fucking parents forced her to have an abortion. They forced it. And that's bullshit. Because they didn't want to ruin his chances at life. They thought she was very selfish for wanting to keep a baby. All right. I just made that statement about someone that I actually know, both people and their parents. I know exactly who that is. But there's no way any of you could identify that person or that person's parents. And in fact, based on the nebulousness of my statements, even they would have trouble identifying them, right? So I just said something that, first of all, it was true. It was awful. Really disgusting. Really disgusting. But if that were a lie, I've said it. I know who I said it about. I definitely said it about them. But you couldn't sue me for defamation because how would you know it was about, who would be able to identify that, right? So that's an example of being able to say, yeah, I wrote it and it was about him, but not being able to fall within the legal structure of defamation. So I hope that helps explain that. Z Sean, apparently Elaine was crying after court. As much as we hate work here and roast her, it does kind of suck as a person. I'm sure she's seen a lot of the hate, not pro Amber, but do kind of feel bad. Yeah. I mean, that's get a negative job review. You're going to feel bad about it. If you get 1 million negative job reviews, you're going to feel really bad about it. But that, I don't think just the negativity on the internet is the sole reason she was crying. I think, I said this at the beginning, but there's, 10,000 more people in here now. I think Elaine had a whole bunch of stuff mixed together that probably made her cry. And I think it was, she knows her opening or her closing argument was bad. I'm guessing she blames Rottenborn for eating up too much of her time, which he did. He did eat too much of her time. His argument went long. It was over an hour of just him, well over an hour. And by the time the handoff for Elaine came, she had to, and she knew she was short on time because she was speaking very quickly and she kind of made reference to it at the beginning. I'm going to have to go through this really quick. And blah, 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 and it was a big mess. So I think that was there. And I think just the overall stress of 6 weeks of trial and then having that as your final closing argument. And also when they found out there was only 6 minutes of rebuttal, they may have had the idea of doing about a 20-minute rebuttal with a 10-minute split each or something like that. 30 minutes with a 15-minute split each. She may have had another portion of rebuttal to give and didn't get to. So I think it was just a combination of how their day worked out, how poorly her argument went, and then stress, and then, yes, negativity as well. Evan Meyer says this whole trial has been an Amber Alert. James Franco, be warned. A year from now, James Franco wakes up and in the bed next to him is just a giant horse-shaped turd. Low Pro says Camille not only sounded genuinely angry on Cross of Heard, she also sounded like she was holding back tears when she finished her cross and left without even letting Amber Heard answer. She's like a sister standing up for her brother. She did let Amber answer, by the way. She didn't let Amber narrate her answer. Magnolia Girl says maybe Elaine was trying to address all of Amber Heard's post-its. Could be. Allison S. Amber Heard hairstylist must be justice for Johnny. 2 days ago, her hair looked like a literal pile of poo, and yesterday it looked like a toilet bowl. Let's see. Ruth Mobley, welcome to Paralegal, and Superstitious Oblivious B says, thanks for everything, Nick. Oh, thank you. Those thanks for everything ones sound ominous. Thanks for everything. Wait, why? Dwayne Beeler. Andrea, are you familiar with Randall Carlson's history of the floods that created the Scablands? Scabland sounds weird. Allison S., my boyfriend and I have been watching this intently. So intently that instead of saying I need to use the restroom, we now just shout Amber Alert. Yes, you are correct. But says, thank you for another great trial. Get some sleep, and I will see you on the next one. If you wear a long wig and sing a Journey song, I will pledge to donate $1,000 to a charity of your choice. Sweden signing out. Yeah, Steve Perry. Okay. Zest, please. Says, greetings from Lithuania. Watching this trial has been a blast and very informative on how a trial actually goes, as well as people here providing a valuable extra commentary. Cheers to all the people involved with this stream. Thank you. Dear Amy, are the jury instructions available for the public to read? If so, where? Someone's got to have them, right? I think someone would post them. Oh, I type in jury instructions Amber Heard and I get a bunch of press pieces. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they're on the Fairfax County website. I'll post a link in the chat if anybody wants them. $38 pages. Yeah, see, Goody, I know there's some chats in Discord. I'll get them. There's a link to the jury instructions. That should help you. What the hell? I want that. Back here. Hold on just a second. Have to check something. Oh my gosh. Here we go. This one's from yesterday. Septic brain fluid. How do pure scum lawyers like Rottenborn live with themselves and face family and friends? Well, it's they just do. And then I think that's it from there, unless there's something new. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Next. Where am I? Where am I, man? I feel like Biden after a press conference. I don't know where I am. Okay. Dirty Dan says, since we have a good number of eyes, I'll go ahead and push my GoFundMe called American Imperialism, where I try and get a 56 Chrysler Imperial running again. I put the link in, but I can't donate if you can. Yeah, I don't allow links in chat because of all the Chinese porn bots that come in. Not chat's good. Well, for some reason it didn't show me any new messages. Let me check here. Oh, here we go. Hold on. See, Goody, what has happened is acceptable for now. That's acceptable. Okay, back to yesterday. One Nismo says Elaine in her closing statement reminded me of the old fast-paced Benny Hill skits. Yes. A numbers girl says, former LEO here. I firmly believe it is a greater injustice for an innocent person to be convicted than a guilty person walking. Love watching y'all. I agree with you. Oh, see, Goody. No, I'll still bitch when you do it. Johnny Arbor says cocaine Bronca. Cocaine was the Twitter of the 80s. Gotta love it. Don Pete. Next. Justin Williams. Hey, just discovered your channel this last week and been binge watching your streams of the trial ever since. Finally caught up to the live portion. Now my dreams are nothing but objections and sustained. Thanks. I had one of those waking moments where Johnny Depp, my wife was awake doing something semi-quiet in our room while I was sleeping, taking a nap, and she said something. I was like, they're trying to defame him. It's like, oh no. She laughed at me a lot. Snurgy79 says, all I could think of when I saw her today was Cersei Lannister. Sarah A., what about the UK trial after they see the obvious lies from Amber to the UK retry cases? I'm not familiar with the specific procedure around this one, but no, I mean, this is a different case. They could maybe go after her for perjury, but no, it's the UK Sun is a different party than Amber Heard. Did I say Cersei? I think someone wrote Cersei Lannister, but I think it's Cersei, right? Cersei Lannister. Oh no, they wrote Cersei. I added an E in there because I'm looking at a bunch of little text. My bad. But yeah, I'm still kind of shocked how that judgment came to be after seeing this case. Well, they weren't allowed to discredit Amber Heard. They weren't allowed to go after her in the UK the way they went after her here. They weren't allowed to go after some of the other witnesses. Their system isn't the same as US, and that's the key. Bash Coder says, I was very surprised to learn that the lawyers get to negotiate jury instructions. I always assumed that was purely in the judge's purview. Well, I mean, the judge still has to make them the jury instructions. She's free to disagree with even things they agree on. What the hell? What is happening? We're offended, you're offended says, let's see. What I think is crazy is that this, in her mind, is true. It will not stop after this. Pimp my channel. We've been loving everyone on here. Okay, guys, check out We're Offended, You're Offended on YouTube. Cyber Igneal says, Blueface Joe, no type Bronca, needs sources. Oh, Blueface Joe was on Joe's channel, and it was a disaster. It was some Jewish holiday where apparently all of the Jews get together and agree to get smashed. Just super drunk. And then he live streamed there in costume. He was dressed up as the genie from Aladdin, which is effectively blackface now because Will Smith played the genie. It's also, I think, cuckface now too because Will Smith played the genie. So that's weird. No Tie Bronco has been on a couple of my night streams. And yeah, when he takes off the tie, it's second ever super chat. If you remember my first, I don't off the top of my head. Stumbled upon your channel after Law and Crime on day 10ish. Came for clips, stayed for daily for coverage, unbreaded, and epic panel. Thanks a lot. Oh, thank you, Cyber Igneal. Incarnation Art. It always scares me when Nick cracks his neck. Imagine if you did it wrong and then he drops out of frame. Me too. But man, sitting for this long, it can happen. Love you, Nick. Follow Incarnation Art on YouTube. Nick Wolf. Nick, you've come a long way since the lawsuit. Saw you in Atlanta for the TDS Road Rage. Cheers, brother. Hey, cheers back to you. Man, I can't wait for the next Road Rage. Those have become fun little micro vacations I get to take. But they're work vacations, so I get to write everything off. Ty Chapman, I found myself becoming emotional hearing Miss Vasquez's closing. Not normally emotional, but having a powerful man get embarrassed by his faults and accused of those lies I felt. Dude, it's when you know. Hit home on some people, for sure. If they've been subject to that nonsense. Absolutely. But don't cry. Men, don't cry in public or around anybody. If you need to cry, right? Like you go to a waterfall where no one can hear you and there's plenty of excuses for any wetness on your face. Other than that, don't cry. Don't do it. I'm helping you. I know you're all going to be like, oh, men can cry too. I know a bunch of you women are going to be like, oh, men can cry. No, they can't. Stop it. Stop it. Debbie O from Politique Republic. Nick Recada's criticism of the LawTube Top 10 Award Committee results in apology and reforms. The LawTube OG inspired the formation of the Recada Commission. Yep. Yep. I hate everything. That Politique Republic guy is either super annoying or the funniest person on the planet, and I can't decide which one. I can't. Let's see. Merry Christmas, everyone. Welcome to Paralegal. Flufferboy 2004 says when Johnny Depp wins, he should look over at Amber and say, later, Lenora. Heather Whitaker, welcome to lawyer status. Flufferboy 2004, if people don't remember, was an email address used by Thomas Claire Binger from the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And my God, what an embarrassing email address that is. Holy cats. Can you cry from laughter? Yes, but you have to punch yourself in the testicles if you do. Back to yesterday, Ken Jeffrey, Depp all the way, no matter the outcome heard, will always be a fleeting mackerel. Frog Frame says for Recada, acquitted stream when? Soon. As soon as I can. I've got keys for it. So for Vices, used to smoke pipe tobacco, but also did cigarettes, had to quit both. Next time you partake, smoke for me. E.G. Johnson, no, misheard. That's not my question, Camille Vasquez. Remember when they said Sammy had a mandatory CLE? I think Elaine needs a mandatory rules of evidence CLE. The Chief's way, it's real clear now. They called the police thinking they would file a report without her cooperating. When it didn't work, they did it again. That was advice from the lawyer. It backfired twice. Yep. Postal says, I love Bronca Burns, and my name is Recada. Clip that. Love you guys. Well, I mean, you didn't have to pay me. I think they're great. Jordan Cub, hey, Nick, been watching you since your live coverage of Van Stophorst versus Maryland. Keep up the good work. Wait, what? The hell is that? Okay, yes. Yep, I remember covering that case live now. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I'd forgotten. Cade Chwalkowski says, been here since the Vic case. Just wanted to say your coverage is awesome and makes listening to liars bearable. Ooh. Okay, there we go. That's the big chats from yesterday. Now let's see where we leave off. How many? Okay. 16, 20. Oh boy. Okay. 16, 20, 480. That's what? About 1,200 chats. Minus the big ones. Whew. We're going to have got a long way to go. So yeah, this is the dilemma of these trial streams. They're very large amounts of chats that come in, and I think for the next trial I'm going to have to figure out some way to better navigate the volume of super chats that come in, because like there's just getting to all of them it's near impossible. It's near impossible. Here we go. We've got from today, Psycho Dragon in Rising of the Shield Hero. The princess falsely accused the main character of rape and stole his money. When the truth came out, the queen had her name changed. Amber Heard should now legally be turd, for the sake of herds everywhere. David, a woman in West Virginia with a you-know-what just stopped a you-know-what. Get ready to not hear about it. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Well, that's how it goes. A&N. Hey, Nick, we talked about a standing desk. I think it would be a great change of pace from planting your grass on the chair every day. Where's your standing desk? When will it arrive? Will you do stand-up comedy for us? I want my standing desk. It's a sit-stand desk. I want it badly. Believe me, I've been waiting a very long time for it. Well over a year. And I don't seem to get responses to my emails. So I might just be out $2,000. That's nice. Kurt Terry, Amber's best story was about when an axe destroyed a door and Depp stuck his head through it and screamed, "Here's Johnny." Yeah, that was a good one. It was a good story of hers. Here we go. Marta Joy, what percentage do you have in the outcome at and any predictions on their careers? 75% in favor of Johnny Depp is the one I went with because it's basically meaningless to say that. Any prediction on their careers? I think Johnny Depp's career is going to be, if he wins, I think it's good. If he loses, I'm not so sure if he loses, he wins. I think if he loses, he's in smaller projects and indie films and maybe gets a bigger Hollywood thing eventually. If he wins, I think he's fine. Amber Heard's career's over. Corey Cass says, you watching Mr. Medicare stream today? Looking forward to another Gunt stream. I'll have to watch it later. In probably a couple hours, I'm going to have to do dinner with the in-laws. I say have to as if it's a bad thing. But it's not. It's just that's, the plan is to do some dinner with them tonight. So what I mean is I'll have to end the show at that point. What was the rest of that question? Oh yeah. But so I'll watch I'll watch the Medicare stream on replay. I don't know how he's going to do it. Ralph has become such a disaster that how would he have the time? Mulan Bain says, please have DUI guy on to summarize the trial. I did. But baffled buffoon. Damn it, Rackets, it's been 8 months and I still don't have 1,000 subs. Can this baffled buffoon borrow some of yours? It's so lonely over here. Maybe. Robert Barsakowski says DUI guy wants to be on your stream with Emily. With Emily? What, with Emily Baker? Emily Baker's on her own stream. President-elect, 4 doors, more whores. Imagine paying $4,000 for a spot just to get kicked. Yes, this is about the DUI guy line drama where he paid someone for a spot and then was not allowed to actually have the spot by deputies. And just to make everybody clear, we don't actually know the reason behind that. I know there's a lot of rumor and drama circulating around it. Caution, blaming anyone specific because we just don't know. And with the information that Eve Barlow was tweeting about it means Amber Heard's team knows about it. And I think that anything should be cautioned. Truth Maximus prediction verdict today in around 2 hours. Wrong. Pure speculation. The jury does not want to come back. Jury in Johnny Depp's favor for $14 million. Wrong. You know, I've seen some predictions. Some people are out there. They're professional predictors, but I got to tell you, sometimes they get it wrong. And this one, I think it's going to be wrong. Patty McDaniel, great stream this morning. Legal Vices. Karen Devella, question: if Depp wins, will links to the Washington Post op-ed have to be taken down? No. Amber Heard's ACLU ambassador bio still contains links on ACLU site. Nope. They can't force them to take that down. Shaban, read that one. Crappy Blonde says, new here. Hi, everyone. Hi, Crappy Blonde. How are you? Livid Leprechaun. Hey, Nick, since people are now apparently paying to see a trial that's being freely televised, thought I'd throw you a few bones. Cheers. Dude with opinion. Thank you for the donation. David Stowe, early, engorged, and unbreaded. Good morning, Nick, and whoever ends up joining us today. Dude with an opinion says, the shyster got shystered. The Big Sleepy, read that one. Kyla Myers, congrats, Legal Vices. Amelia, first time here, and you did disappoint as I'm seeing DUI guy. Yay. I think they mean did not disappoint. You did disappoint. Yay. Glad to meet your expectations. Crappy Blonde says, new here. Thanks for having DUI guy on. Both of you guys are awesome for having him in. Daniel Chapman, why give the wristband to a teenage witch? Little Blue Elephant, Legal Vices. You're awesome. Skeleton, everyone tell Nick that I'm coming. DUI guy. They have the face and the squirt. Woo! James Knoll, sue them. Brian Anderson, let this go. Take a breath and set up the live commentary on probable juror reactions. Daniel Chapman, man, you can tell it's stressed out DUI guy. Now it's even turned his suit gray. Mega Bailchin says, Fair and Balanced had a good take on what is happening in her most recent video on YouTube. She seems pretty cool. Jennifer Hall, the same thing has happened to James. By the way, hashtag justice for DUI guy, justice for James. Wait, did James get kicked out of court too? Or did he just not get a spot and not having the money to pay for it? Today, Karen Devella says, the question if Depp wins. Wait, I read that one. Be the one, do right. Thank you for the donation. Your message didn't come through. Back to yesterday. Destin Vray, thank you for your commentaries, guys. I learned a lot about the case. Christopher Wheatley, thank you. Thank you to you and the panel. As a forensic consultant in the UK e-discovery industry, seeing your opinions is very insightful, though I still don't understand how they allowed the data into evidence. Judge gets to choose. Judge gets to choose. Von Michelle, I'm thinking today will be the verdict. Wrong. Lots of wrong people there today. Jackie Collier, Amber Heard has had enough money to have her hair, makeup, and wardrobe done for this entire trial. Elaine Minzart, wow, Camille in angelic white. That will impress the jurors. Good call. Von Michelle, the fact Camille proved one picture used for two supposed occurrences tells her Heard lied. Depp wins. That's just one of many booms on this mic drop clown show. Verdict today, if I had been on the jury. Burnt Pizza Boy, horrific hairstyle. What the fuck is that? Crappy Blonde, love how Depp's side isn't looking, fishing for jury's reaction, but not the other side. D what? Amber lied. Boo. Ghost died. Joel Hinkle. Thanks for being my go-to channel to watch and learn about this case, bud. Your commentary and legal explanations have been a godsend. Couldn't have watched without you, my guy. Hey, thank you. Trin, Nick, are you getting enough sleep? Never. You were still up and streaming when I went to bed, and you're awake with a new show before I wake up for work. There are rare points in my life where I have a work ethic. So this, when there's a big trial, that's it. A Ron says, Amber Heard lied. Camille deserves all the simping. Amber Heard is a liar. Did I mention Amber is a dirty liar? Joan sings, Heard's best chance of defense was whether or not she wrote the op-ed about Depp, but in ultimate karma fashion, her own words proved that when she admitted it under cross. Peter is my first name, says DUI Larry was too much of a P.T. Barnum spectacle. He should have flown below the radar and not gotten involved in activism while waiting to get in, and stuck to reporting. Mob rule is threat to state rule. Okay. Jen, does court offer any support to jury on definitions or interpretations of instructions during deliberation? The instructions are supposed to be written in a way that is reasonably intelligible to a reasonable person. Scott Campbell says, wow, DUI guy had no takers for 3,000. Damn. Yep. Christopher Gracie, been watching every day of trial since Rittenhouse. Am subscribed and following, yet YouTube insists that I have to search your channel out each time. Welcome to my life. Michael McCartney, these rules sound like the judge has already decided Depp is guilty. She's tied the jury's hands. No, I'm sorry. The jury instructions from the judge were very, very reasonable. And they got the inference instruction in. I know a lot of people think that this judge has been biased against Depp, but I really don't think so. I think if anything, and I think Andrea was talking about this, the judge has been cautious in allowing more stuff for Amber Heard because she fears Amber Heard is more likely to appeal than Johnny Depp, which would indicate that she probably feels Johnny Depp is more likely to win. That's my guess. Contessa Wright says Eve Barlow just tweeted a photo of DUI guy and said he shouldn't be allowed in the courtroom in full view of jury. Coincidence? Sugar-free sugar says, we know which jurors are alternates, not by name? Yes, but by the numbers and letters you guys gave them. Well, I didn't give anybody any numbers or letters. And no, the jury had, or the courtroom had their own numbering system based on their original numbers. And the observers had given them different numbers, I believe. So, but yeah, we did know who they were. Thrashifus says, YouTube is suppressing you. You were 5 pages down with 45K. Yep. It's been about 3 years of that. Don't worry about it. That's how it just goes. Texas Gigi, thanks for sharing your humor and knowledge. Love your channel and truthfulness. Thank you. Illegal Mindset, Rackets, E. Barlow, Twitter, DUI guy post just now. Rando Commando, Milkers. It's a good outfit. Joan sings, the reading of the instructions to the jury was quicker than my wife's decision in where she'd like to go for dinner. Mr. Security. Why is Camille wearing all white? I thought you were supposed to wear black to a funeral. In this case, Amber's. Justice for Johnny. Thank you. The Estrada videos. The saddest thing about this trial is the fact that we'll never hear from Dr. Mommy again. I might hire her for an expert witness if I were doing like a massive trial. And I think other lawyers are probably going to think the same thing. She was excellent on the stand. Absolutely excellent on the stand. Her, that presence is great. Chanley says, I'll miss these daily Ricada streams. They definitely make the workday more entertaining. Great coverage, Nick and cover. Chanley, It'd be funny if that was Chanley Painter, but it's not because she was in court at the time. Homeschool Dropout says, feel like it's only been a few months since watching your Vince coverage with sub 1,000 subscribers. Now you're at over 450,000, getting millions of views on your clips. Congrats. Having some Knob Creek for your continued success. Thank you, Homeschool Dropout. It's certainly been a fun ride for me. Doug Murray. Rackets, can you please look at doing a stream about Gibson Guitars suing Dean Guitars for copyright infringement and only being awarded $4,000? Sure. Hey, what's up, Uncivil? How you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy. I'd like to talk to you a little bit later. Maybe this evening or tomorrow we can chat. I haven't talked to you since all of the drama. Justice for Johnny says Camille Vasquez, or hashtag Camille Vasquez, hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. Sonia Hems says the only real star of the show, credible and authentic in white, a vision of truth and purity. In this pantomime, I cannot applaud this perfection enough. Impeccable execution. Let's see, Sella Panda, how in 7 weeks they haven't fixed the squeaky chair? Oh, the microphone squeak was the worst though. When the judge, it's like, oh, Michelle C says Andy Signor interviewed an attorney who believes that Camille lost a lot of opportunities with Amber Heard because Camille stuck to a scripted cross exam and let Amber Heard ramble on at times. Thoughts? Camille's cross examination of Amber Heard was absolutely devastating. That you always leave, of course, you always leave something on the table. There's probably no such thing as a perfect cross exam or a perfect direct. Getting everything all the time, following every lead and every rabbit trail is always going to be subjective to the viewer because they say, I would have done this and that's what I would do. But sure, you would have, but maybe it wouldn't have produced anything that you wanted. The question is, do you get what you need for closing arguments, and do you put the image in front of the jury that you want? That's exam and cross exam. And I think Camille did that excellently against Amber Heard. So, you know, I don't know. Again, I've been very critical of many of the exams and cross exams where I think they, even when they do a good job, I think they leave stuff on the table. This one I thought was executed excellently. It was such a punctuation mark. So, Darkris, thank you for the donation. Nabor 605, is Amber's constant head tilt up and to her right when listening that makes her look so smug? I think her legal team would tell her to stop that. Isaac Baruch's wholesome gabagool art. Proud owner of the Law of Self-Defense book. Thanks for Bronca Burns. I should have watched your stream of the trial from the start. Yes. That answer is true always. Always. Let's see. Okay. Darkris, thank you. Carol W. Amber looks like she was using her bruise kit again. Gromax, I pledge $100 million and 3 billion alpacas. Drax, is there any possibility that Heard could get slapped with a perjury charge, or is that more for dramatic effect? It's very unlikely. It's always possible, but it's very unlikely. Crappy Blonde, what on earth? Where did the glasses come from? How conniving she is. She's not 50 years old. Come on. Renee Slaughter, I just realized she chose Lily's birthday to file the TRO. Blazemonger, the TV show is Dutch, not Danish. Yeah, people were Alan Minzart says, no Dutch television, not German. I saw people kind of like focus on that. She was whispering it to her counsel, play the Dutch clip or the Danish clip. It doesn't matter where it was from. Like, it doesn't matter what she says. That was just their internal labeling to the team. And she may have got it wrong, but she just needed them to play that clip. Bring Kurt on. We want to hear the debate. The debate about what? Is there a debate with Kurt? I'm not aware of one. Troy Donahue, thank you for the donation. Just look at the flowers. Says, just want to thank you for being here to cover this trial. I've enjoyed your company so much. All of your company so much. Thank you. Maxine of Arc, I heard about a group called the Turd Reich. Kind of sounds like a perfect name for Amber and her groupies. Crabby Blonde, Amicadabra, the bruise is gone. Lisa Weber, let's go to 500,000 subscribers. Love from the Philippines. Thank you. Thank you for that. We are doing pretty well on subscribers. 500K by the end of the year was my original goal. We're at 453, 328 as of right now. I think it's possible to get there, which I never thought that was a thing. Mimi say, oh shit, wait, we got a couple more from today. Priscilla Nielsen says, so do you think the judge allowed the trial to be televised to prove she's been impartial throughout the trial so Heard's team can't appeal if they lose? Well, they can appeal either way. I think the judge allowed the trial to be televised because there's great public interest in the case and there's a public interest in open courts, and it needed to happen. It just frankly needed to happen. Michelle C. Andy Signor interviewed an attorney. Oh, wait, I read that one. Mimi say, love your coverage. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Please cover Murdaugh murders in Beaufort, South Carolina. Involves dynastic, powerful attorneys. Has it all. Murder, suicide, embezzlement, fraud, curious deaths, etc. Going to be a major POIs ID'd. Oh, okay. I don't know when that's going to be. April Ingalls, thank you for the donation. Troy Neenan says, dude, please show Tug's Indiegogo page. Show your love. I mean, I can pull it up, I guess. I showed it before. I've shielded several times. He's my dude. Here we go. If you're interested in this, I'll briefly show it. It is That Umbrella Guy. If you like him, he's got a comic book coming out. It's his third comic book. He does them with his daughter. His daughter is a co-writer and creator of the book. It's Hunt the Littlest Umbrella on Indiegogo. I'll share it in the chat a couple times, since C. Goody won't, because C. Goody is a salty whore about it. But you can check that out if you like. He's it's an all ages comic. There's a whole bunch of great bundles that you can do. Also, if you don't like comics and you don't want one, but you just like Tug, this is one of the coolest things he's done. For $25, you can donate 2 comics to kids. They will he will just take the book that you would have gotten and give it to a kid at like in a hospital type situation. So really cool thing that he's done. The art is great. The stories are cool. It's his third book, like I said, and you should check it out. And I bought one of these. I bought a tier somewhere. I can't remember which one I bought, but I got one of them. I might be in the book. I don't remember. But yeah, check it out if you like That Umbrella Guy. Okay. Anyway, so he also says, question, who will want a piece of Heard for plastic surgery? Wait, who will want a piece of Heard for first for perjury. For plastic surgery, for perjury, Australia or England? Well, Australia first, but that's because her lie is unrelated to the case. England on the perjury, maybe. I think they're investigating it. Also, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Be Hampy says, regardless of verdict, I watched every second of this trial and I stand with Johnny Depp and will support all his future endeavors. That's the key. Fry Dog One Each says, Arnica. No, it's Amica. Get it right, Cyrus Lightshard. If heard counsel objects to their own questions, what's the likelihood they object to collect or choose closing? They did object to choose closing twice, and they, I believe, lost both of them. Did not look good. Did not look good at all. The creative time traveler, Amber, is finished in Hollywood after this. Oh, I think so. Passing notes like smart people will actually take her seriously. FML, is this real? Jen Spencer, Johnny Depp gave out gift bags to his fans who supported him outside the court at the UK trial. I hope he does the same this time and gives out alpaca plushies. Let's see. Alley Seizure, Amber's nothing burger for evidence should be a slam dunk. No, should be. Depends what the jury decides. Rosh Nath, wouldn't it put the jury off if you read from your notes? Maybe. Not always. I mean, look, closing arguments are kind of long speeches and they're complicated and you need to nail specific points. Some people read, some people don't. Half Brain Gamers, no doubt in my mind, Amber only writes when she's being contradicted and that she's writing what she wants the lawyers speaking to say on the podium. Lexi Executioner, Johnny Depp, right-handed bruises on right side of face. Captain Dunzel, do Amber Heard clip fingernails continue to grow after they are trimmed off? Yes. New Age Cuck, bets on she sneaks a gun in low. Jenny W., thank you for the donation. Laura H., how long do you think the jury will deliberate? I think they'll wrap up sometime on Tuesday, honestly. Albertia 2, do you think Amber's lawyers will pull the Krause argument and say that Mr. Depp should have stayed and took his beating like a man? Amber pulled that argument. Sam Herondale, I agree. Me Too has been abused. This is coming from me, who was sexually abused as a child. Susan Corbett, thank you for the donation. Jario, the internet will explode if Elaine goes up to the jury and says, I'm trying. God, that would have been funny. Art Wizard Sam, I hereby pledge 3.5 million likes on this stream. As best law tube stream on the interwebs. DUI guy tried to warn you about those dirty Fairfax LEOs. Heat C, if they award him money, it would be an amazing dig if he actually donated it to a children's hospital. Maybe. Joseph Baca, whose mind is more warped, Amber Heard or Chandler Halderson? Oh, that's a tough one. Jared Millisor today says, Nick, I think your trial coverage is excellent. Thank you. I work on CLE, that's continuing legal education content, and would like to hear your thoughts on adapting trial content to CLE content, especially as a skills CLE for new attorney. If you can chat, tell me. I can chat at some point. Yeah, I can chat with you about that. I don't know. I think that's something to do for sure. In fact, I think that would be one of the most valuable CLEs that you could take rather than most of them, is to actually just observe excellent or failure attorney moments from real trials that people really know about and have people analyze them. I think that would be great and have that as the CLE. Here's this. Here's his line of questioning. Here's what was missed. Here's what wasn't. Here's the strategies. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Taryn Roberts, if the jury rule in favor of Johnny Depp here, what's going to happen to the UK trial with the Sun? I would say nothing. As was the alpaca equivalence of $4,000. Or what's the alpaca equivalence of $4,000? Asking for a friend. Tarzan Jungle Kung Fu. That laughing audio makes her sound like one of the possessed from the Evil Dead. Oh, yeah, that one's creepy. Wyatt, don't like implore, pleading versus legal, rest, fire. Macnan Packin says, you can tell that this is personal for Ben and Camille. The UK trial must have made a personal blow they've been wanting to redeem. Blues Your Daddy is Amber's father in the courtroom. Is her sister her only family support? Don't know. Subpar genitalia. Says the Candyman can. Bubba Hotep says Herd's team after that. Is there still time to settle? Cuddling Kitten says, just wanted to thank you for the stream. I appreciate how y'all keep the commentary rather minimal when testimony in court is going. Looking forward to further content with your channel. Like, thank you. I'm looking forward. You know what I can't wait for, guys? This is very personal. I cannot wait to completely disappoint all the new viewers. That's always the thing. I'm like, all right, what stream's gonna do it? What joke is gonna do it? I had from yesterday, someone was very upset that I said if the bottle fits. That's what I always wonder. Someone asks why, because it's funny because I'm me and I'm gonna do me. And so like people will come in from these trial streams from all over the place and they'll watch and it's cool. But there's gonna be something. There's gonna be something that that bothers people. Might be one of my guests because I have some bangers. I have some bangers for guests. And it's always just funny to see what happens. It's just the way YouTube goes. Because you like one thing that someone does, but you don't like everything. That's okay. That's okay. But it's it's always just fun to watch when new people come in and then they're like, oh my God. Because that's life. That's the best parts of it. Mortimer Duke, Ben Big League Chew. Kyla Myers says the Candyman can. Ben Chew is the Candyman. Wait until the new viewers meet Drex. 11 Bravo Crunchy. Wayne Dennison's voice reminds me of Lance Henriksen's. Rob T, 100% Herd's team will speak mostly to the cameras than the actual jury. There's no chance they are confident. Obsidian Sinclair, how damaging to their case were those desperate objections to the closing, in your opinion? I think they were very damaging, actually. I think they were very, very damaging because they lost him. And that one where Ben Chew turned back and says, that's exactly what the testimony said. Just like the way he said it too. It's almost like he knew they were going to object to it because objection, that's not what the testimony said. That's exactly what the testimony said. And the judge overruled. It's like, oh man, that's bad. That is devastating. Devastating to the jury, in my opinion. But I'm not them. I'm me watching. Hauna King says, should they reopen the UK trial? I mean, no, because the UK trial is just a disaster because it's under the UK legal system. So I say no, just because I think that's millions more dollars for Johnny Depp, and it's going to come to the same result because of the system that it's in. Stan M, thank you for the donation. Cats Sub Cats. Cats Sue B Cats. Welcome to paralegal status as well. Engineer, I love the red wax and the maker's mark indicating what should have been present had the story been real. Ben Z310, everyone's going to start drinking wine today. Wine prices will go higher after 527. Brookie, Ben the Manchu, love your channel and panel. Thank you. Krizixa, Hurricane Camille Vasquez, Catherine Imhoff, Amber's going to have to have post-it note writer's cramp. Stephen Broom, the jury should give $7 million to Johnny since she wasn't using it to give to charities anyway. Night sees in the hut, the bums will always lose. Eric McElerney. Those of us men who have been through domestic violence, similar to the way Mr. Depp has, he and his trial is a voice for us men who never had a voice. Yep. I think there's a lot of people out there who are really appreciative that this story is coming to the front when there's never could. Joe Musashi says Camille Blaze Vasquez. Reldy having a Captain Jack, 50% Captain Morgan's private stock, 50% Jack Daniels. Gentleman Jack, you should give it a go. You know, that's one I might actually try. Shobit Verma, was Ben Chu calling Amber misheard as a psychological trick? No, they've called her misheard the entire time. R. Kelly Coker, excellent coverage. You and your posse rock. I agree. Mostly about them. Andrew Starr, I don't have enough faith in society to believe he will win. People are dumb, man. We'll see. Rosie 1, her career will only be in porn from this point. Some people might be excited about that. Jenny W, give Johnny his $7 million back plus an additional $7 million to donate, not pledge to the charities involved. Look, Amber should lean into it. If she loses, she needs to aggressively seek out that bruise kit sponsorship. That's what she needs to do. Like, honestly, do the ad. Do the ad. Listen to the money. Hi, I'm Amber Heard. Many of you may remember me from the Johnny Depp trial and my ineffective attempts to lie and put fake bruises on my face to get someone in trouble. It wasn't my fault. In fact, I was just using the wrong material. With this bruise kit, and then have someone start putting it on her, you can put on effective bruises that will convince any jury, that will convince any judge, and will convince the public at large. Don't choose the wrong bruise kit for your next Hollywood movie. Amber, bruise. Something like that. Do that. Lean into it. Karen X, I have a well-stocked bar that I sadly won't be able to enjoy anymore thanks to the cancer I'm fighting. Oh, that sucks. But here's a whiskey shot worth of support for the coverage you did while I was bedridden. Thanks. I hope you get better. Sean Willis says, I didn't care for the bio, but at the end you could feel in his voice that he feels the pain for Depp, but he didn't break and kept professional. Good man. Next, here we go. Andrew Starr, not to mention people are spineless. Official Nirvana. Hi, Ricada Law. Been a fan of yours since the Ted Bundy trial. Keep up the good work. Dashing Shadow Bolt. I'm drinking rum in support of Johnny Depp. I'm a woman and I've never believed anything Heard said. Chimayo. So should Ben Chu have asked for 420 for Johnny? Jordan Hansen says Johnny Depp's visual emotions really have helped him. You can see what he's feeling. His interactions with his lawyers are authentic. You never got that with Amber Heard. I agree. I actually very much agree with that. Magician Sapphire from today. DUI guy found out Elaine won 2 legal awards that can't be bought and must be nominated by her peers. Is it possible this case is outside her comfort zone? She lost her touch or Amber Heard's behavior is throwing off? Whole lot of things are possible. Whole lot of things are possible, but Elaine's had a very long career. So winning awards is not out of the question. And if you're, a longtime attorney, but the other thing is, she's on camera. It's not used to being on camera. She's got a tough client. She's got bad facts and she's being destroyed publicly, by the internet. Elaine Bridhoft. Let's see. CBCB Law. See if they have a Hey, you know what? They still have 3 stars on their Google reviews. I'm kind of surprised. 4 years ago, 4 years ago, 4 years ago, 4 years ago. There you go. They only have 4 reviews, all from 4 years ago. I have a feeling, what a feeling, that they are working with Google to maybe not have new reviews come in, if I had to guess. Lance Hurdler said, yes, she is a super lawyer. Super lawyers are one of the, those are the awards that you can pay for, that you do pay for. Super lawyers are advertisements. Marco Street, this is also from today. Hey, man, thanks for the coverage. When do we get the verdict? Sorry if this has already been answered. I'm guessing Tuesday. That's what I'm guessing, but we don't know. I mean, they have to actually determine it. Next, Jordan Hansen, back to yesterday. Johnny, oh, wait, I read that one. Brian K, been following since Rittenhouse. Your explanations are insightful and educational. Makes me want to become a lawyer, but Joe persuaded me against it. Joe's a good man for doing that. FLXVSN, Nick, can we raise a glass to late great Ray Liotta? Great coverage throughout this whole trial. Thanks to you and the panel. Ray Liotta is a fantastic actor, and he will be very missed. Jeanette Lilly, good morning, everyone. I've been enjoying you for a year. Thanks for the grift. Roxas Poodles and Doodles in Louisiana. Pardon the opinion. Been following you since Rittenhouse. Thanks for being one of the most amazing YouTube channels I've discovered. Thank you. Hashtag BenShoe is trending from subpar genitalia. Les White says sources are reporting that Disney is currently purchasing alpacas at an unprecedented rate. Skyborg says, congrats to Legal Vices monetization. Shiraj Bardwaj says, don't you guys, that Rottenborn just helped with objection and final argument. She lied twice, plus she lied twice equals she lied 4 times. Brookie, the DUI guy, you remind me of a young Gene Wilder. Oh, I can see that. David, wouldn't you like to know? Says, how do you think that Mike smells? Daniel Chapman, DUI guy is Larry, Leisure Suit Larry. He does kind of look like that, doesn't he? Oh my gosh. Pincalo, the driving ape, the Honorable Judge Ben Moranis. Tina Lewis from today. The more I learn from Amber, the more worried I become for the safety of Johnny Depp. I mean, it'll be messed up if she had some sort of mafia-style contract taken out on Johnny Depp in the event she loses the case. Slade, could you shout out my mother, Layla? She was listening to Heard v. Depp on Law and Crime until I showed her your shows. She'll be joining for the Daily Unbreaded in no time. Hey, Layla, what's up? Thank you. Thank you. And Slade's a good one. Slade's a good one for doing that to you, for bringing you here. That's love. Fadi Eldidi says, keep hearing about the LawTube drama, but I missed it, lol. Why were you guys pissed at Ian yesterday? Oh, I wasn't pissed at Ian at all. I think, to be clear, I don't think anybody was mad at Ian Runkle. I think people had some disagreements with his assessment of closing arguments. But then he came on the show and he talked, and like I largely agreed with his positions anyway. But I think like some people on the panel, particularly DUI guy, had a problem with what he initially said. But I think he thought about it more. Like, you could go watch, I guess. He thought about it a little more, and I think he reconsidered what he was saying, because I don't know. Because I think his initial reaction was, what the heck is he thinking? But then it was all about his assessment of the different arguments that people were making, particularly Rottenborn's, which I thought Rottenborn's argument was competent. I just think he has bad facts. But yeah, people are looking for a lot of drama to occur at every. So look, there was one instance of drama. It wasn't that. It involved Legal Bites and DUI guy. There's been tons of talk about it. I did a whole stream talking about my sort of perspective on groups and their danger. And let me be very, very clear, because you have to always talk about these things in the way to be precise and offer clarity. The problem is not the people. People will do things, they'll say things, they'll make a mistake, or they'll get taken out of context or whatever. The problem, from my perspective on all of this, is the group dynamic creates friction that shouldn't be. It creates incentives, it creates conflicts, it creates rules and structure, and rules and structure, from my perspective, are not what I want in anything. So I like everybody. I just don't want to be in an organized thing. People have been asking me since Rittenhouse, in private, they've been asking me to organize LawTube, some people, not everybody, to organize LawTube into a thing, to like make it an entity specifically. And from jump, I said, no, not for me. I am not the guy to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be involved in group, out group. And if you make a thing, then it's got to necessarily be exclusionary, because you can't invite everybody who wants to be into a thing. It can't just be fully open and actually exist. And so I don't want to be the person who has to say no or decide who can't be. That's not my style. If other people want to do that, great. And I do think there are places for those things. And I do think that someone who is not me could competently organize a LawTube that means something, does something, and incorporates people into it. I think that is a real possibility that could happen. I'm not the guy to do it. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm just the guy who's going to make asshole jokes and bottle jokes. And I'm going to say something that someone's going to decide is racist, homophobic, sexist, something somewhere. And I don't give a shit about people's problems with what I say. And no one else should have to answer for that. That's the other part, right? Like, if I'm in a group and associated with people, no one should have to go, yeah, well, Nick said this and that's, we don't really agree. No one should have to do that ever. Because I will say something offensive on the long enough timeline. And that long enough is usually measured in minutes. Pinkalo, the driving ape, says wait, I read that one. Blue-eyed roof Korean the base. Nick, thanks for the radicalization and your takes on cultural issues. Been around since Vic, but have been following you since you cut me off in traffic the other day. In fact, I'm in your backyard now. The Oracle says, Legal Bites, a subsidiary of Law and Crime Network. Well, I don't know anything about that. I saw that the weird thing is, I saw that there is a rumor before I saw the rumor. I have no basis for that one. Let's be real. Legal Vices, now that you're monetized, you're going to stop drinking live? Or are you going to stop drinking live? Yeah, drinking live is a real problem with monetization. CE Northeast says, can we get Disney to reevaluate their contract with Johnny Depp? Can we do it? No, but Disney could. Crossed the Rubicon and found Law Boob? Yes. We'll move to OnlyFans. It'll only be topless female attorneys. Well, I guess, and bottomless male attorneys delivering legal analysis. Marty McFly, I was not the president of BNI in Wilmer, Minnesota. I was just a member. And can you imagine How funny that would be. Yeah. No, I was in BNI. I always, guess what? If you don't know anything about BNI, it's Business Networking International. This is a tangent, but that's how these things always go. Any show that I'm doing is a tangent. It's a business networking group. I was in it for a while when I was starting out my law firm, because you got to try and get referrals and get business in the door. BNI has rules and structure. Guess what I got in trouble for all the time? I got put on probation from a group I paid to be in. Guess why? Guess why? Because I was late all the time. I was always late to the damn meetings. They were on Wednesdays at like 7 a.m. Oh God, it was terrible. It was always late. Oh. Lenny M. Oh, and when I got done, when I left BNI, and my BNI group, I love the people in my group. It was great, but I left because I was starting to do this. There's no particular value in staying at BNI. And they kept yelling at me for being late. The BNI corporate does, right? Like you get these letters. And I was like, I pay you people to be here. So when I finally left, I got an email from the BNI, like local, not the local chapter, but the local like organization side of it. And they're like, you owe us the membership dues for this year. And I said, try and take them. Like, nah, I left. Try and take them. And that was good. They never emailed me back. I don't know what happened. Lenny M. Public perception of this would have been different if not televised. Will this shape future rulings on which trials will be televised? Maybe. It depends on the individual judges. Let's see. Kiki Dawn says, I bet Ricada Law loved that he, Emily, and Legal Bites are in an article as representing LawTube. I want the good article that's about me and not mentions me as this one thing that I don't want to be. That's great. K Manning 22, but they can't write the article about me because they'll watch one night show and go, oh God, we can't write an article about this monster. K Manning 22. I want to give a shout out to DUI Guy. He's brilliant and his coverage has been amazing throughout this. Shout out to Nick, Andrew, and Legal Vices. Your commentary is gold. Shout out to my mom. Thank you. Mel B. 1 a.m. here in Australia. Grab a rum for Johnny Depp. Cheers to you guys. Your 6 panel the other night was a hoot. Amber Heard putting her Honda Civic up on Craigslist tonight. Tiffany G.C. Sanderson. Legal Vices. Make Cthulhu eat the herd first, but he'd probably spit her out. The Jambered Man says, do you anticipate a verdict today? No, I do not anticipate a verdict yesterday or today. I'm highly confident that neither of those will happen. Tessa Davis says, I wish they would have reiterated one more time that everyone is lying except for Amber Turd. They did. They came back and did that. It was great. AP DUI Guy, your Mustang GT350R. I think it was a rental Mustang, he said. Diana DiCarlo says, thank you guys for all your hard work on this case. Well, thank you. Logan Head, DUI Guy is literally the cutest thing. That is all. Also, I'm a woman with the name, just to clarify. Well, I figured as much, but, you know. Isabel Jimenez, if Johnny Depp were a woman, this would be done. They need to really make the jury feel that they didn't adequate. I think that came in on close on their rebuttal on close. I think the rebuttal close from Camille was great. So great. from Camille Vasquez. Next, Casey says Australia isn't a real country. That's from today, and it's also true. Back to yesterday, Jeffrey Urbanchuk figures we are at closing arguments in Fairfax County is under a tornado warning. It's all coming to a head, boys. Throw one back for me. Diana DiCarlo, thank you guys for all your hard work on the case. Martin O'Malley, I, Nick, am the personal lawyer. I love you, Jesse. Christine Salt, thanks for providing me a reason to do absolutely no work these past weeks. The house is a mess. The laundry's piling up. Word. And I'm even watching while riding my stationary and working out. At least you got the workout in, man. I need to get there. Mike says I was falsely accused of sexual assault in 2017 when I was in the Army. The girl backed out of testifying a month before it went to court and the case was dropped. I still got kicked out for it. Hashtag me too. Mandy Sharp says Elaine seems to believe in Johnny. I'm a bit behind because the internet went down. Her face exposed her. You know what's crazy? That would be the thing to do, to retake Me Too, to co-opt it into the stories of people who were falsely accused of sexual assault, who were punished for it, who didn't get their day in court, but were still punished, who did get their day in court, won, but were still punished. That would be, man, that'd be great. Just a bunch of Me Too stories like that. Kelly Curta. Why did no one mention that Amber admitted yesterday that she wrote the op-ed because he was too powerful? Ugh, she's treacherous. Again, I don't think there was any confusion that she wrote the op-ed. Regina Lutch, thank you for the donation. Monk Insane says, what about all the fake evidence? Is that not something that could get her in trouble for trying to defraud the court? It's one thing to lie, but faking evidence. Again, we can see that it's fake. Proving it's fake to the standard of, court, especially for, like a sanction or something, it's difficult. It's difficult. And lawyers kind of just don't. We just win, right? You just want to go on and win and not mess around with the rest of it, generally speaking. Marsha Atkinson, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you for joining. Roro Mad, as a lawyer that tries his best to stay out of court transactional, I appreciate your comments. Don't want that lifestyle during negotiations. Contract negotiations. Mistakes can be corrected even post-contract. Trial? Nope. Yeah. No, I get you, man. There are so many lawyers out there who'd love to stay out of trial for those types of reasons. Pranay Pant, unrelated, but how did OJ get acquitted with the BS glove don't fit? You must acquit. Was there actually not enough other evidence? One predominant theory that is probably at least partially correct. OJ was 6 months long. OJ's trial is 6 months. The cross-examinations of some of the experts was weeks long. The jury would have been tired, just tired. And so they just wore him down, raised enough doubt over all of the time that they had. I think eventually the jury was probably like, there's got to be something in all this mess. They did it. Carolyn Ann says, in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. Okay, Rottenborn, tease me with a good time. Face. I love that. Face. It kills me. Fiona Davies, hashtag J Army family, says, too little, too late. I'm zoned out. Art No Malik, nope, read that one. VFX Jess, previous super chat had a spelling error. I meant understanding. Ben Ray Lal, how many Bronca burns can we get today? Always one more. Back to today, Fadi Aldidi, I heard a rumor Elaine was seen crying yesterday afternoon. Made me feel slightly bad laughing at her closing, but just slightly. Again, I mentioned this before briefly. I think it's a combination of a lot of things that is not just negativity. I think Rottenborn took too long on his close, and I think that made her closing more difficult for her. I think she knows it didn't go very well. I think there's a lot of pressure that she's been under for 6 weeks. not related to the publicity, but just in general. And I also think the publicity, not the negativity as much as just having 1 million people watch your performance and then giving a bad one. And she knows it was bad. I think all that combined, plus just the flood of emotions, you're done arguing. And that can't be expressed enough. For the past 6 weeks, they have been go, 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 go. High adrenaline, high energy, focus, 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 attention, work, work, work. Got to nail these questions. Got to nail these arguments. Got to nail this. Got to nail that. And they got done. And I think that has to do a lot with Camille's rebuttal close at the end. She sounded her voice quavery a little bit. Ben Chew's voice quavery as he gives his last argument. It's the release of all that energy. And if you've done public speaking, I don't consider this public speaking, by the way, because I can't see you all to picture you all naked. And on some of you, you especially, thank God. But when I do public speaking events, I get a lot of energy. And when it's done, it's just this release. All of that goes out. And I think for some people that could manifest in crying or some sort of reaction like that. Kyla Myers, anyone have a fire extinguisher for this dumpster fire? Oh, back to today. Lisa Wong, I found your channel because DUI guy. Love your comments on the drama. I subscribe to you. You're great. Hey, thank you, Lisa. I can't wait to disappoint you. Engineer, the one and only time I've bawled as an adult, my son's birth. My wife went back to the OR, my son in the NICU, and I was alone. Supposed to be the happiest moment of our family. My son is 5 and my wife and son are fine now. Engineer, I know that feeling so much. They did same thing. My first son was born. His cord was double wrapped. I was supposed to cut the cord, right? But they just took him and they were like, we need to get some breathing, right? And they weren't telling us anything at all. And we're like, what's going on? They told my mom, who was recording, to stop recording, which is terrifying, by the way. That part, really terrifying. They did, of course, get him breathing, right? Pretty quickly after that. But then it was like work, 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 rush, 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 gone. They took him out of the room. And my wife was stuck in the room. And I'm like, which way do I go? So I followed. She's like, go to baby. So I'm following the baby. And then they don't tell you anything at all. And you're just like, what the hell is this? It was horrifying. Very, very horrifying. So I know that exact feeling, engineer. And of course, it turned out everything was fine. Basically, when they have to force air into a baby's lungs, they use one of those little, the things that they'll sometimes use for CPR style efforts. And the air container that forces air into a baby's lungs is bigger than the capacity of the lungs. So sometimes it'll pop little holes in the baby's lungs. It's called pneumothorax. And apparently it's very common when they have to help stimulate the breath. And so, but they don't know that that's the cause until later. And so they don't want to say anything. They just want to do it. And so, yeah, for the first baby, that was a mess. I know exactly how you were feeling, man. I took a drive. I took a drive by myself after that. Went back to my house to get something that wasn't important. Hey, what's up? Sargon in the chat. How you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy. Okay. Back to yesterday. In Exile says this is basically the Halderson close. Engineer says my wife also had bad post-bleeding, hence the OR. Mine too. It was the worst. Gosh, it was like, which one do I do? Like, where do I go? Let's see. Hey, I think, let's see. So I'm going to bring Sargon on real quick. It's a nice, pleasant surprise. We're not going to get through all these chats today anyway. So I'm going to bring him on. I'll do another one of these tomorrow for sure. But I've been wanting to talk to Sargon. I know he's got some thoughts on the case. So let's do it. I'll bring him on. I think that'll be fun. And like I said, I will get to the we'll get to working on these super chats tomorrow as well. Here we go. Sending you the link. Here you go. Boom. Get in here. Get in here. Oh, I got to change my speaker output. While we wait for him to pop in, Daltoine Westwood translation. We're so happy that we finally have an opportunity to tell you, the jury, exactly what you're supposed to think in no uncertain terms. Troy Neenan, shame on you guys. Not a single one of you called hearsay during Rotten Cuck's closing statement. There's no hearsay objections during closing arguments because they're not admitting evidence. Darkris, thanks for the donation. Penis, the puff nose dragon. Last night's rant was spot on. LawTube is a dumpster fire waiting to happen. Like it or not, you are the gold standard. Toast to you, sir. Never change. Thank you. Captain Dunzel, they are based purely on a lie. Joe Merlino, if they're opening with the message, they know the case is weak. Not a lawyer, but just my sense. Oh, they've known their case is weak the whole time. Squirrel 69, doesn't the fact that she put up a case against Johnny claiming abuse prove she wrote the article with Johnny in mind? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, again, I don't think there's any ambiguity about that. Personally, Captain Dunsell says a person's truth is not necessarily a fact. To Cool said, wait, read that one. Daltoine Westwood, didn't Amber admit to the article being about Johnny the last time she was on the stand? Yes. And again, they admitted to it from the start. I've explained this. I always forget that people pop in at different times, and also that this is from yesterday, so couldn't have heard me say it yet. But this was a technical defamation legal argument. Hang your hat on this hook. Hope that a juror grabs the hat and runs with it. I don't think it's going to be very effective, but you try. Shell Bell says, late to the party, Amber Heard stated on the stand yesterday she wrote it about Johnny. Michael McCartney, who else could she have been referring to in the op-ed? She's saying Musker Franco abused and raped her. Bumtown, Nikki, hand in your stripes. Rottenborn is a real shaster here. Sugar Insider by Katie. In Virginia, did the 7 have to be unanimous or just majority? Unanimous. Diana B, she said yesterday it was. The Quanomicon, the Quantico man says, does anyone think this is working? Captain Dunsel, Amber Heard, what other evil narcissistic idiot carries those initials? Is this a reincarnate? Oh, AH. Is this a reincarnate? I don't think she's Hitler reincarnated, but that would be funny. Let's see. The generic guy, by the way, Sargon, if you did not hear, I sent you the link in Discord. So go ahead and pop on in whenever you're ready. I assume he's got to get his. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man, how's it going? Oh. You're taking me away from painting my eliminators. I was listening to your podcast, obviously, you know, as you do, and then you were like, oh yeah, come on. I was like, oh, go on then, fucking.
Well, you said it. You said.
Yeah, I know, but you'd messaged me yesterday or whatever, or this morning, saying we got to set something up. And I was like, oh well, you know, you're live now. I mean, fuck it, why not, right?
Yeah, come on. So, yeah, I've been wanting to talk to you.
Sorry, I'm just getting a knock on the door.
Oh no, he's on my stream and immediately swatted. Just kidding, that's a joke. Before anybody runs with that. All right, I'll read a couple more as we wait. The generic guy says, hey, Nick, YouTube is blocking my super chat, but I think Heard's girlfriend, GF, is full BS and is grifting. Okay. Hell Warden What says Depp literally got canceled after the article. How the hell is this article not implicated? Yeah.
Sorry about that. My wife just had to come and knock and she was like, "You busy?" I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Well, I don't care." And shows me my daughter's phone with a video of her smoking on it. She's 12. And it's like, fucking hell. Yeah, I know. Yeah, my wife's like, "What are we going to do?" I'm like, "Well, nothing right now. She's in bed and I'm a bit busy. But tomorrow someone's in some serious trouble."
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a bad one.
Yeah. It's a great excuse for me to take away a phone, though. I love taking away a phone. So, you know, they're bad for kids. Don't care. But man, your coverage of this whole thing has been fucking great, hasn't it, man?
Thank you.
No, seriously, it has been my nightly thing when I'm painting my venerable dreadnought and my eliminators. Just got you on the background, man, for covering this. And my wife will come into the kitchen where I'm painting. I'm like, "Darling, you won't believe what fucking Amber Heard's done now." And it was like, but she fucking lynched herself, didn't she? Like, she literally put the rope around her own fucking neck.
Yeah, her testimony both times just. I can't believe they put her back on the stand at the end. I mean, I get that they're trying to punctuate with like the emotional ploy, but putting her back on after how bad she got torched on the first one, it's like, dude, what are you thinking? she's gonna fail, and she got ripped apart. It was beautiful.
Well, one of the things that I find really interesting about it is that she's not charismatic at all, right?
None.
And I hate to be like, you know, the vulgar populist about it, but people really do think with their guts, right? They like someone, that person gets away with murder. If they don't like someone, even if they're being, you know, it's the smallest infraction, boom, right, you're in trouble now. And, you know, to minimize the amount of exposure she should have had, I think would have been the wisest thing to do. But is it just me, or are the people who are most bothered by this women? Like the people who really deeply hate her women. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Have you experienced that?
Yeah, quite a bit of it. And I think, well, there's two categories, but I think the more vocal and more common is just women generally, because either they have been a victim of some sort of violence, very, very frequent in the criticisms that I've seen of her, or, you know, they know someone who's been a victim of violence in the way that Amber Heard is claiming. And then, of course, men who have been in the situation that Johnny Depp seems to have been in are, I mean, they're less mad at Amber and more just happy that somebody is telling the story, I think, for them. Because I mean, we're raised as guys, you're raised to never talk about anything like this. Like it's just and people who have in the past have been ridiculed for it. Like, "Oh, well, you're just a pussy," or whatever. Like, well, it's not always that simple, right?
And you know that Amber Heard was trading on that with the leaked audio of her going, you know, tell the world you've been abused as a man. No one's going to believe you. And but that audio, man, that is the thing that drove my wife fucking mental. Like, she didn't like Amber Heard anyway, but she heard that. And you can see who's got the whip hand in that circumstance. You know, you can see that she is leveraging like deep embedded institutions of our society, you know, social customs. And Amber Heard is just you can hear Johnny Depp going, "Come on, man, come on," you know, like, and she's just like, "Fuck you, no one's going to believe you." And it's like, right, okay, that's a malevolent person at work right there, you know. And it's the will that Amber Heard has demonstrated throughout this entire thing that just becomes so open and shut, doesn't it? You know, you can see that she's being malicious, whereas Johnny Depp doesn't seem to be malicious at all. He seems to have been hounded and like gaslit, and like when he's smashing the cupboards, right? And she is trying to, you know, when she's like, "Everything was fine this morning, Johnny," there's a tone that she's using.
That was.
She's trying to get under his skin, you know, and women know what they're doing when they do it, right? They know what they're doing when they do this. and they do, right? And I think, again, that's another reason why literally every woman I know, like in all walks of life, I've spoken to them about it, just to get, you know, to you know, get a barometer of what they think. And this, "Oh, she's a bitch, she's lying here." And it's just like, right, okay, that's, you know, every single one. And it's just like, there's something going on here, right? There's something totemic at work here. This is not merely a court case of a false allegation against, some random actor or whatever. And it's not, I don't think that, all these women are swooning over Johnny Depp either, because
Some of them are, though.
Some of them are, of course, yeah, obviously. And, abstractly, I agree that, most of them probably are. But, they don't talk about Johnny Depp as much as they talk about her, right? They're not like, oh, he's so lovely. Oh, I don't care. I believe him anyway. They don't say stuff like that. They focus on her and going, she's a lying bitch. Look at her. She's lying. Look at her face. She's not crying. There's no genuine emotion there.
How about her acting coach saying she
can't muster a tear.
Cry. She can't get tears out. I was like, no.
My wife was DMing me pictures going, look, there's no water on her face at all. It's totally dry. It's like, yeah, she's a liar and she's a bad actress. And so like I said, I think this has become a totemic thing, right? Where it's become symbolic of a kind of informal custom that has been deeply rooted in English-speaking society for a long time. That it's difficult to prove that someone is abusing you at home a lot of the time. And so when someone comes forward with that kind of allegation, you should at least give some credence to it, right? It's a very weighty thing. And it's reputationally destructive in the most extreme sense. We say, oh, well, we're innocent until proven guilty. But when someone says, well, he beats his wife, you might be like, well, I mean, I haven't seen it, but your view of that guy is inherently tainted. It's like, why is there even that accusation? That shouldn't have, you should be beyond reproach in that regard. And so, I was reading a book today called The English, Are They Human? And it was written by
no.
That was the conclusion he came to, actually. And he's right. The conclusion is, well, no, they're better than human, actually. So
okay, yeah.
But it's this Dutch professor who lived in England for a while, and he was basically, look, the English have got this weird thing going on where they essentially socially guard their women in this kind of way. And this is one of those social guards where it's like, okay, if a woman comes forward and accuses domestic abuse, that's something that just tends to be believed by, and it's one of those things that the men's rights activists, and rightly so, complain about, saying, well, look, there are a lot of women who abuse this privilege and this sort of societal custom that we have. And that is true. And Amber Heard has become like the example of that. It's like, look, you are, and I think this is why so many women are like, fuck you, Amber Heard, because I can totally see it from the woman's perspective. If you're trapped in a house where you don't have financial freedom or something like this, and you would say, look, he's beating me, and no one believed you because of, say, Amber Heard, that would be fucking atrocious. And so what Amber Heard is doing is ruining this social institution where generally as a society, we tend to take women at their word, at least in some sort of, even if it's only on a surface level view where we don't necessarily, do anything because there's no proof, but we still think lesser of that guy. I mean, Johnny Depp's got cancelled just on our allegation. That shows you how powerful this is. If Johnny Depp can just get cancelled on the word of Amber Heard, who the fuck is she? Then you can see how powerful an institution this is. And it's not wrong necessarily that we have such a powerful institution. In previous eras, this was important for the safety of women, right? And it was right that they should have some form of recourse and some safety. But Amber Heard is destroying this. And so honest women are looking at this and saying, yeah, but one day that could have been me, that could have been me. And you're ruining in the future. If I needed to leverage that institution, you've destroyed it. So I could be trapped in an evil position where no one would believe me because you're a lying bitch. That's why I think women fucking hate Amber Heard.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way I try and frame this is the believe all women thing, or believe all victims, however you want to frame it, is fine. It's actually valuable in the context in which it was created, which is the therapeutic context. It's the care provided to the purported victim, as long as that's the thing. So woman goes into or man goes into psychiatrist, psychologist, and says, hey, this is going on. They're supposed to believe them, because the job at the time is not to argue with them. Well, I'm going to need some proof. Like,
Yeah.
if they're manifesting these symptoms and they're giving you the reason that they believe it's happening because of this trauma, treat the symptoms, treat the trauma, make recommendations about how they should proceed. Yes. The moment you go, this is happening to be, you need to go after this person. You need to cancel them. They don't deserve to work. They're a criminal. Okay, well, let's hit the brakes a bit and say, now when we're implicating someone else's rights and reputation, that's when we need the proof. That's when we need the help. But if it's just a woman saying, I'm being abused, I need help, listen, provide the help, whatever that is. And the help should be, here's some care, get out of the abuse, escape it as fast as possible. The thing that is really damaged, I think, the credibility of her and her witnesses are the few witnesses who have claimed to have witnessed some sort of abuse or the effects of abuse or claim to know about it. Not a single one of them can say that they told her to leave. It's like, wait, your friend is getting just pounded like with fists every night, and you're not going to sit there and say, maybe we need to get you and your millions of dollars and get out of the situation. And we can deal with this monster, but let's get you out of the fucking house. And here you could go here. We could get a hotel, whatever it is. She never once does it. Not one person recommends it. Not one person can show a single text message. In fact, we get the opposite, where the relationship counselor witness is counseling her months after this alleged abuse on how to stay and get married. What? Why? You're horrible.
And what's incredible as well is her reactions a few days ago when she was talking about how she would send the pictures of him unconscious to her friends and things like that. And when Johnny's prosecutor, the woman, was saying, well, weren't you worried about sending those? And she was like, no, why would I be? Because he's going to punch you in the fucking face. Your allegation that an abuse victim doesn't want to be punched, normally. And when you do things that disrespect the person who's abusing you, that's usually a trigger for them to abuse you more, isn't it? I mean, I'm no expert, I only punch my wife once a month, so I'm joking, obviously. my wife would kill me. But you know what I mean though. So, and this was what my wife was going on, but she was like, no. If a man was abusing you wouldn't be like so flippant about it. You'd be like, right. Well, you'd be afraid. You consider your actions. You're very timid, and you don't want to trigger them into a bout of violence. And she's like, why would I be? It's like, yeah, exactly, because you're not under any threat. And everyone can see it.
It puts a big damper on the narrative because, like, abuse comes from multiple sort of angles. I mean, there could be any number of reasons why someone would be an abuser, I guess. But one of the common ones is some perceived lack of respect. And I'm going to focus on that one because that's where they focus on trying to label Johnny as a narcissist. Everyone needs to feed his ego. Everything's there. Well, so the obvious implication be anything that disrupts his ego or his self-image or disrespects him would be that potential trigger. And it's like, wait, so this embarrassing picture, the one with him like lolled out with the ice cream dripping down, that's a shit picture, man.
And you've got to feel for him as well. Cause I mean, it's not like, okay, yeah, we knew he was, a drunk and a druggie, right? Everyone knew, you can tell by the way he talks, that this guy's done his mountain or two of cocaine in his time, and it's like, okay, fine, that's I'm not saying I've never done drugs or anything, but I'm not like someone who regularly has done drugs. Right. But I don't. Okay, it's a moral failing, but there's it's a personal failing on that person, right? And it's humiliating for Johnny. And you should really get clean, mate. You clearly need to. But like all this has done is made people like, well, he's just human, isn't he? Look at him. He never comes across as malevolent in this whole thing. Right. Whereas she comes across as if she is gaslighting him, henpecking him, hounding him. She's nipping at his heels all the time. In all the videos and all the clips and all the audio, she has sent to say TMZ, she, like, allegedly.
No, it was definitely
inferentially.
They just they hacked her phone. I mean, or whatever.
Oh yeah, that'll be it. Yeah.
TMZ is not worried about being sued over distributing unpublished copyrighted material.
Why would they be? They're just a Hollywood media organization, you know. Why would they be concerned about that? When would actors ever get litigious over something like that? Fucking hell.
Or production companies whose $800 million productions and is also the most litigious company on the entire planet.
I'm not worried about that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's just the whole thing, like it really becomes very obvious that she has got this kind of, and again, there's a kind of archetype of woman that is not every woman, of course, there's a very, very tiny minority of women that is malicious, just openly malicious, and uses the way that society is structured in order to gaslight and manipulate and control people. And Amber Heard has come across very much as one of these evil kind of women. You know, this is, if you were going to say there was such a thing as toxic femininity, she seems to be displaying it all in what we have seen through the thing with Johnny Depp. And that's not to say that there aren't toxic men and there aren't controlling and abusive men who, you know, emotionally abusive and gaslighting and all this sort of course there are. But yep. This is the female example of it. And again, I think this is why a lot of women are just like, no, she's a liar. She's a fucking liar. She's a liar. You're a lying bitch. You're a liar. It's like, fucking hell, ladies, calm down. You know, I can fix her. Calm down.
We'll bring Salem back, but it'll be the all-female cast. It's like the Feige reboot of the Salem witch trials.
Oh yeah. It'll be all female. But the thing is, that's always the way it's been. I swear to God. You know, women persecuting other women.
Yeah, well, actually, that was a big part of Salem. Was the accusers were often other women, but no, I think you're spot on. I think the reason people don't like her is multifaceted. But one of the big ones that you haven't talked about here, but I'd like to get your opinion on it. My thought is that if she had come across with a story that wasn't so hyperbolically overblown, I think he would have a much tougher time because first of all, like, abuse happens, I think, on the regular, probably more abuse than anyone's comfortable admitting, both ways, men and women, with these sort of minor, what we would call minor infractions. And those things lead to a steady system of control. It's not like what we picture as abuse is this big episode with like extreme violence and long-term injuries. But I think smaller levels of violence, punches to the stomach, things like
slaps
that.
to the face. Yeah.
Right. Things that don't leave permanent marks, but are there as part of a humiliation and control factor. That stuff happens a lot. And I think that's a lot of the abuse men suffer specifically. And Johnny Depp seems to have been at that because Amber Heard's little twig arms aren't throwing bombs, right? So she punches him in the face, and it's the insult and the disrespect. And then using that as control when he's trying to leave, that becomes her abuse. And I think that happens with men going towards women as well. And I think if she had stuck to a narrative that, when I would get one of these roles or go audition for something and come home, he'd be drinking, he'd get mad, he'd start yelling about it. Oh, you're such a whore. You just want to show your tits. You want to show your ass. And then he'd punch me in the stomach, or he'd slap me in the breasts really hard because that, he would know it would be demeaning. That type of thing. If she had run with that narrative, I think he would have been toast. I don't think he would have even had a fucking chance, frankly.
And she was in a bit of a double bind there as well. I messaged you this the other day, didn't I? Because it was my wife that pointed this out. And again, this just must be the sort of thing that women tend to think about, right? Because I never thought about that. But the fact that you've got Johnny Depp's ex-wives and ex-girlfriends coming out as character witnesses. I mean, I've never, abused any of my exes or anything like that. But I can't imagine they're going to come out as character witness for me because, often you don't end on good terms, right? And so
that's why it ends.
Yeah, exactly. And you're both heartbroken, or one of you heartbroken, you're bitter or whatever. And, you get off and you move on, right? And so the fact that, a bunch of his exes have come out and said, look, he is not like that at all. He has never raised a finger. He does not do this. He is not an intrinsically violent man. And then Amber Heard's like, well, actually, he broke a bottle up my cunt, you know, and it's just like, okay, Amber, right? You know, like, he just went from 0 to 100, and, you know, and it's like, look, you know, you are absolutely right to be her. She should have made, but she was going for dramatic effect. You know, she was just, I'll bring the world on. It's like, well, okay, but there's a sort of plausible like level here. If it was, he would come home drunk, as you said, jealous, and slap me in the face or punch me in the stomach or pull my hair or whatever. Okay, fair enough. You know, I could believe that maybe he did that when he was drunk. You know, yeah, he's a drinker. He takes drugs. You know, maybe he was jealous of her or something like this. Who knows? You know, and it escalates maybe over a period of years. But like, she just goes full pedal down to the most hardcore. And then after a while, and then she said, oh yeah, and he sexually assaulted me. It's like, oh right, you didn't mention that at the beginning, right? Okay, now and it's just like, now he's a rapist, right? Okay, fucking hell, you know, like,
Yep.
You know, make your claims a bit more believable, Amber, because I just don't believe you at this point. And there are so many women who are like, yeah, no, he's not like that. I don't know why she's saying that. Basically, it's like, right.
The Australian bottle rape story, obviously super hyperbolic. But the crazy thing is that one's so hyperbolic that I don't think people analyzed the subsequent story as well, where the kneeling on her back, breaking the bed frame story, where she says, so he grabs her by the hair, rips her hair out a whole bunch, throws her on the bed, wraps a bed sheet around her neck, is strangling her, punching her in the back of the head with his knee on her back until she is unconscious. And then she just wakes up. Oh, and her face is in a pillow at the same time as she's being strangled, punched, suffocated, knee on back, pinned down, falls unconscious, just wakes up the next day. And is like, well, time to go on the James Corden show. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. And you see the clip of her on James Corden. You can find it like, and she's, there is nothing that's wrong, you know, and
not a
she is not that good an actress, you know, she is obviously not a good an actress, but that's the thing, is it's such extreme violence, you know, it's extreme violence. And it's like, okay, well, you know, if he'd had a history, if he'd slapped Vanessa Paradis in the 90s or something, and then, you know, had actually pushed Kate Moss down the stairs, and then it got to this, maybe, you know, but I mean, the breaking the glass bottle in her vagina is just like, okay, that has genuine consequences. Like, there is no way you didn't go to a doctor over that.
It not breaking would have genuine consequences.
Yeah. But like
it being intact would cause significant amounts of horrific damage.
But like, I like you can't expect me to believe that you didn't go to a doctor over that. Like, why wouldn't you? You know, women go to the doctor over literally nothing. You know, oh, I feel slightly queasy today. I'm going to go to the fucking doctor. Oh, all right, darling. You know, like it's fine. You know, like that's what it's there for, I guess. And you can look these stats up. Women go to the doctor way more regularly than men. And the idea that this woman had a glass bottle broken inside of her vagina, and she's like, well, I mean, I don't want to bother the doctor. You know, it's just blood coming out. I'm not going to do it. Like, you know,
she was very busy though. She testified. Remember that she got up, walked downstairs with her feet lacerated by glass, walked downstairs, blood dripping out of her vagina to make Johnny some coffee that morning. Because that's what that was the focus. And she's like, oh, you're still awake. And then the abuse started again. It's like, what? You got up to walk downstairs to make coffee? Like,
I don't believe you is what, you know, the end of that story, I'm afraid, Amber. I just don't believe you. You know, there's just no fucking way. The amount of pain, you know, I don't believe you. So she I think she stitched herself up in a number of ways, but I think most importantly is the arrogance. She just
not inside her vagina though. She didn't stitch herself up there.
Well, no, she didn't need to, thankfully. But the arrogance when she's on the stand and she's like, you know, like this, it's like, you don't look like you're a victim. You look like you're an aristocrat lording it over some peasant, you know, and you know, you've come up with a ridiculous story. And you're expecting us to destroy this man who actually seems like he doesn't deserve it. You know, his attitude, he doesn't seem guilty. You know, he looks like he's being attacked, and he actually looks like he's the defiant one. You know, he's the guy's like, no, I'm actually going to push back on this because I don't deserve to be treated this way by my abuser. That's how it comes across to me anyway.
Yeah, I think so. And there's a couple of things that if I'm a juror, and I'm not, thank God, $30 a day, kill me.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's not quite that strict. There's also apparently a law where if they are employed, they're required to get 70% of their wages from their employer also.
Right. Okay.
Someone sent to me. I haven't confirmed that, but that makes some sense. But still, either way, that's no thank you.
Yeah.
But if I'm a juror, I'm like, okay, where's the OB? Where's the OB? Where's the gynecologist who has done an examination and found, some scar tissue, some remnant evidence of some sort of abuse? And you have to want, if she's been sexually abused at any point in her life by anybody, there would be something. So even if that was maliciously done to try and frame Johnny Depp for something he might not have done, they could have at least done that, but they didn't. And I think that's pretty telling as well. This lack of evidence over and over of medical records, but even retrospective medical records. Where's a doctor to analyze some sort of scarring anywhere? Where's a plastic surgeon to say, yeah, she had some work done to help recover from this or to cover it up? None of it anywhere. And it just pisses me off.
And she made all these concrete claims, like lacerations on her feet, lacerations on her private parts, bruises or whatever. There's going to be scarring from what she claims he did. It should be actually very easy to prove. And yet, the photos of her when she's like, oh yeah, he punched me in the nose or whatever. And it's like, I covered it with makeup. It's like, bitch, okay, look, I know you've never been punched in the nose, right? I know you've Nick, right? How easy would it be to cover up your nose if I whacked you in it really hard right now? It swells the fuck up.
There's already not enough makeup on earth for my nose. But,
sorry, I didn't mean to get personal.
No, but
you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Well, I told a story. I was chaperoning, for lack of a better word, at winter camp with my kids. And so there was a sledding hill and these kids are going down in tubes, right? And if they went slightly off center, they could end up in the woods. So a couple dads were lined up, kind of hitting the tubes and making sure they go away from the woods so no kid goes and gets a stick in the eye. Yeah. And this larger kid, these kids are about 14 years old. This is a big kid.
It's not small.
No. And he was large for a kid that age. He came down and his face hit my face at the same time. And I thought maybe I had busted my nose. I went into the doctor to check. She's like, no, you don't have any break or whatever, but it felt like something had happened. It hurt for like 2 straight weeks. I was uncomfortable for weeks. My face was red and swollen. It's like, I mean,
and we've all been there. I can't think of any particular story like that, but I just remember as a kid, having, I'd done some stupid shit. I must have jumped off a fucking. I know there was one time I jumped off a garage and basically face planted. But you do these things when you're a kid, right? But I just remember, anywhere on your face, it swells and it remains swollen for days. You get mocked in school for days for whatever had happened. If you get punched or something like that, whatever it is. And so it's just and the thing is, again, if Amber Heard didn't have such a perfect, delicate nose, that was cut like it's from glass, as if it was cut by crystal, and it was
perfectly straight and the sides look like
edged
clips.
Yeah, exactly. Edged. She's so beautiful and it's so perfect, her face, that it's like, look, I know you're not just covering up a punch to the nose with makeup. I've seen too many broken noses to know that you're lying. It is so obvious, and there's a picture of you literally the next day, and you fucking wish it had gone down by the next day. You wish. It is just so not true. And add that to the stack of other things that aren't true. I loved the makeup company coming out and BTFOing her. Just of all the things, the makeup company. It's like, well, we didn't actually produce that makeup that you're holding up. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the Kate Moss testimony, though, it was like a cutthroat thing, wasn't it? It was just like, oh, he pushed me down the stairs. And she's just like, he did not push me down the stairs. I fell down the stairs and he saved me and got me medical attention. It's like, you're smoked. Absolutely
Okay.
fucking smoked.
About the Kate Moss thing, because she's English, I have to ask you as an expert. Why doesn't she own any furniture?
I don't know.
Would you? In her testimony, like, she's in this room, there's this cavernous space behind her, there's no furniture, and it echoes like she's in an opera house. I'm like, what?
I don't know. I own furniture. You can see my bookcase right there. You know, like that's it for this entire room. No,
I just didn't know if it was like an English model thing, right?
What? Maybe I'm not an English model. You know, I'm just a pleb. No, I have no idea. But yeah, no. The whole thing has been a great drama, hasn't it? You can see why it's captured the public imagination. The stakes are really high. The villain is self-evident. And the victim and hero is the one defending himself from what is essentially like a great magic that's being cast upon him. You know, like this Amber is trying to weave this spell on everyone to persuade them, actually, yeah, no, he's the villain. And it's just like, fucking hell, man. If he loses, everyone's going to think of this as a great injustice, and because it will be an injustice. Yeah, and I didn't really care about Johnny Depp either way, you know, before this, but after watching his testimony and like watching her, and it's like, okay, no, I can, you know, I'm just a student of human nature, you know what I mean? Like I'm, you know, I've met more than enough people who fall on either side of this divide, and I can see who's doing what here. Maybe I'm just cynical.
Well, yes, but also correct.
I think so.
I think the magic spell analogy is very good for a couple reasons. One, lawyers are like wizards. They go into court, they weave magic words, and then a thing changes. Like, and a significant thing changes. It's
reality changes.
Right. It's an apt analogy in that way. But what she's done is she has found there's a spell book, Me Too, that is, if you follow this formula and do this thing, you will raise your profile at the expense of someone else. And here it goes. The good part about Johnny Depp, I was thinking about this earlier, but lost it, but you just brought it back. He's finally one of these characters that is heroic enough that you can sell the story too. That's the other part that makes the drama so high. Harvey Weinstein gets Me Too'd, and everybody looks at him and they're like, gross. Like,
also, he probably did it.
That's another thing. He did something. Yeah. Like, I'm not so sure what he did was illegal, but it sure was scummy. Like, we can all kind of look at Harvey Weinstein and go, it's easy women, to look at him.
The women themselves may have consented to whatever because, you know, there was an offer of advancement there, but he was so obviously leveraging his power, and it's gross. You know, it's really gross.
So we can say, even if you the apologist argument for Harvey Weinstein comes down to maybe he shouldn't be in prison, maybe, but no one's rallying to the side of Harvey Weinstein. Like, you know what? This is a good old chap, and we really need to get behind him. It's like, nah, I don't want to be anywhere near him. He's gross, and it's easy to see. Bill Cosby had similar vibes where it's like, I mean, bro, like, you were sleeping with these women, and that's kind of hypocritical to your entire persona that you put out as this dad thing. And so, like, but again, I think the Cosby outcome that came out is right. They didn't have the legal basis to find him guilty. And I think the appeals court made the right decision, but still not a lot of people are running to defend Cosby. But Johnny Depp, it's like, it doesn't sell. It doesn't jive. He doesn't come across as this slimy monster. He comes across as like maybe a burnout, drugged out, alcoholed out dude, but people like his movies, and there's no corroborating story that he's a bad guy. In fact, tons of corroborating story that he's maybe far too generous for his own good.
He's kind. That's the thing that everyone says about him. Everyone, like who has met him, said he's a gentleman, right? And like whether, you know, and don't get me wrong, like after listening to the trial, I'm like, okay, I'm a million times better dad than Johnny Depp will ever be, right? But that's That's not like he's an abusive person. He is a personal failure in that regard, and he needs help rather than castigation. You know, he needs someone like you to sit down with him and go, Johnny, get your shit together, mate. You know, come on. You know, your children are relying on you here, and you're passed out on a beach because of all this drink and drugs. That's not on, man. You know, that's not him, you know, being a tyrannical, evil person. And like, wasn't he beaten as a child or something? Wasn't he really abused as a child?
Yeah, his mom was awful.
Right. And so you can see why, like, he would end up this way, right? There's a part of it that's like there, but for the grace of God, you know, because my parents were great, you know, I'm sure your parents weren't terrible like Johnny Depp's mum was. And so
my
it's
parents
just
were awesome.
Yeah, exactly, right. And if you can say my parents are awesome, well, you're a very lucky person, and you have one obligation in this life, and that's to pass it on to your own kids. So when they grow up, they can say, "Oh, my dad and my parents were awesome." It's like, yeah, that's all you have to do. That's your win for life, you know. And Johnny Depp didn't have that fucking benefit. And I tell you, man, as I got older, when I was young, I didn't realize how much of a blessing that was, obviously. And it, you know, I move out into the world and I start meeting people who come from fucked up family circumstances, and then no one wants to tell you this.
Alarming amount of them.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that. In fact, you know, it's like no one wants to tell you this initially, right? Because obviously, no, why would you want to? But you know, when you've known someone for a few years, and then you get to hear about like the home life growing up, and they're like, oh yeah, you know, and I just think, Jesus, man, you know, my dad would kick my ass if I'd done something wrong, but every time it was something I knew I had coming. You know, it's like, you know, I knew where the line was, and I was like, he won't catch me this time, and I leap over it, and you know, I got what I deserved. Whereas you meet people who are in the sort of situation that Johnny Depp had been in, you just think, fucking hell, man. You know, that is rough. That is very rough. And the fact that even having that kind of upbringing, and then to have everyone around him, literally everyone in all, you know, all the cast and crew, his ex-girlfriends, you know, other celebrities, I mean, like loads of celebrities came out and put their necks on the line for him. It's like, look, that doesn't happen unless you are a sincerely good guy on a daily basis to literally everyone you meet. You know, like the sort of aristocratic Hollywood mogul that he could have been, you know, who's disdainful towards the help, you know, to the staff or whatever. He could have been like that, and people wouldn't have jumped out and put their necks on the line for him. But he's obviously not like that, and so they did, you know, and that I think is a character trait that is admirable, especially given his background. And so that puts a deeper emotional aspect on this entire thing when you get the sort of haughty, evil queen Amber Heard, who looks like she probably is dismissive of the fucking help, right? And doesn't say thank you, doesn't tip, you know.
Her assistant testified on behalf of Johnny Depp, and by that account, she's a monster. She's exactly what you would expect.
Yeah, and so this is why I was saying she's totemic. You know, there is an icon that is being destroyed in this trial, and Amber Heard has moved into the role of the evil queen. You know, and now it's like the heroic sort of almost like Robin Hood figure in Johnny Depp that everyone's cheering for, because it's like, come on, man, you can win this, you know. And like there's some sort of cosmic justice that we're talking about here. You know, is the world rightly ordered? And if Johnny Depp goes down, well, he loses the libel suit, and Amber Heard wins, then the world is not rightly ordered. You know, then there's something fundamentally wrong, and everyone can see that. And I think that's why people are so invested. That's why I'm invested in it. You know, that's why I've been following this like fucking, you know,
hours a day. Hours a day. No, it's 100. That's 100% right. And this is why I love the U.S. court system and, well, the state court systems in the U.S. that are willing to put cameras in courtrooms, because when there is something like this, if this wasn't televised and you just got some media snippets here and there, the testimony said this or it said that, there's no recording, there's no review, then all you're going to hear is, and you can watch the media headlines about it, about how Amber Heard is set up for a great victory by the jury instructions and all this stuff. It's like,
it's time for us to start believing Amber Heard on behalf of all women. It's like, oh, fucking hell.
And so there's this opportunity for people to see and have a profound sense of justice going, this should be going this way. based on what I've seen, not based on what I feel, not based on my preconceptions, but on my conceptions. And I think that is so critical. And I mean, I think I want them to put a camera in literally every courthouse, in every courtroom, for every case, and only block it out when it's absolutely critical, like involving the sexual abuse of a child or something like that. But everything else I think should be public, because this is where injustice occurs. And when it's not checked by the people, we see real problems. And we saw Amber Heard's team tried to keep it private. They tried to keep it out because they knew this was going to happen.
Yeah. And you've already seen the sort of victim narrative as well. Like the other day I posted on my Facebook page, there was an article. Amber Heard says people want to put her baby in a microwave, as in, she's getting mean messages on, Twitter or whatever. And it's like, look, Amber, right? Basically what you're saying when you claim to be the victim of public opinion here is, why can't I just be evil with no repercussions? Why can't I just destroy someone who doesn't deserve it with no repercussions? Why do people have to be concerned about the evil that I'm doing in my daily life to other people? How's that their business? Why can't I just get away with all of this? And I'm thinking, okay, well, look at like the significant amount of privilege that Amber Heard has, right? And it's fucking considerable, right?
Huge.
The fact that she is so good looking is, I mean, it's the Jordan Peterson thing. Would you rather be a minority or would you rather be ugly? And everyone's like, oh, be a minority. Thank you very much.
Any minority. No matter what.
No one questions it. And everyone knows that attractive people have an easier ride through life. Everyone knows this. It's scientifically demonstrable, right? And it's not, I'm not envious or anything like that just because I'm fucking normal, right? But it's just...
Well, you're selling yourself a little high there, I think.
That is true. It's called understatement. But no, but you know what I mean? Like she is phenomenally good looking. And it's like, look, you can see that she has known from a very young age that this gives her influence that other people don't have. And she, again, there's a certain kind of beautiful woman who thinks that she can do anything. And there's a certain kind of unbelievably beautiful man who thinks they can do anything too, right?
That's me.
I was going to say that could have been Johnny Depp. And if you didn't know Johnny Depp, in his younger days, Johnny Depp was just, I'm not like some expert, but you can just look at Johnny Depp and go, okay, you can understand why women are into him,
Well, yeah, 21 Jump Street was that. Yeah. I mean, he was brought in to be this young, good-looking guy. Same with Nightmare on Elm Street 1. They had him in, I mean, people may not remember or may have not seen Nightmare on Elm Street 1, but the majority of the movie, he's wearing a literal fucking midriff top football jersey to try and, like, they've got his stomach out the whole time. It's super goofy. It's very
I haven't seen that in like 30 years. I can't remember.
It's
but that's how good it was. Yeah. Nick remembers it after all this time. But the point is, Johnny Depp in his young years, he was a spectacularly handsome man. He was uncannily handsome. And so it's one of those things where it's like it would be very easy for him to be that kind of arrogant, beautiful, narcissistic, aloof person, because nature has imbued him with a power that other people simply don't have. Amber Heard has that power, and yet he seems very humble, very kind, very, very thoughtful to the people around him, whereas she seems totally callous and dismissive of them. And again, it's one of those concepts of character and cosmic justice that I think it's just so intrinsic to this case. And that's what makes this such a great human drama. I found it fascinating. I've really enjoyed following this. It's been amazing.
So what's your like biggest, was there anything that completely surprised you in the case? Like any particular moment where you were like, holy shit, like I had no idea, or that really influences me in one way or another. I mean, it doesn't have to change your mind, but could really reinforce the position too. I know that's a put you on the spot question.
Yeah, I'm just thinking
nonsense.
No. There's no one thing, but it's the consistency of the things, I think, has been the thing that's really blown my mind, actually. Like, the consistency of Johnny Depp's defenders and the fact there have been so many of them. It's like, I don't know the guy, but all of these people do. And all of these people, and all of these people, and they all say the same thing about him. You know, whereas Amber Heard, there's like 5 people in all of Hollywood who have come out to her defense, apart from the media, obviously, which is feminist media. But and you know, and she's the one wielding the Me Too movement, and the Me Too movement isn't coming to her defense. And everything about her narrative appears to be a lie, demonstrably by the facts and by the evidence. And like the consistency of it, is what's really blown my mind. Like it doesn't seem to be even contestable at this point.
Say whatever you want to say about the Me Too movement. They recognize a bad fight. They don't recognize a bad case. They're happy to run with a lie. They're happy to run with whatever. But when they see a bad fight, it is ghost town. And Amber Heard was a good fight in 2018. In 2022, they look at this and they go, "This is not good. This is not a good fight. We're not going to be anywhere near this one," because they worry when they will not win. And it's pretty amazing. But
she deserved it. I mean, he got cancelled immediately. I just imagine going back 10 years and being like, oh yeah, Johnny Depp's going to get cancelled and taken off Pirates of the Caribbean as Captain Jack Sparrow. You'd be like, are you fucking serious? That's the most popular movie franchise in the world.
Who would they put in there instead? Oh, it's going to be Margot Robbie. Wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. Like there are theme parks with Johnny Depp animatronics in them. I've been on these theme parks. It's like, and don't get me wrong, Pirates of the Caribbean is a great franchise. I really enjoy it. And I can deservedly, it's deserved success. And so, like, Johnny Depp is at the apex of his career. Really, he's a legend. In the film industry, there's no getting around it. And so they're like, oh, he turns up late to the set. It's like, okay, you cry about it when the millions and millions of dollars are rolling in, man. Fuck's sake.
I loved when his former agent, who he also, by the way, she was included in those people who stole all his money. But his former agent, when she was talking about, I've been getting complaints about him showing up on set for 10 years. I don't think she was realizing what she was doing there. And for 10 years, he continued to produce blockbuster movie after blockbuster movie and keep getting roles. So, I mean, I get that he was late, but you just showed that didn't destroy his career, that everybody knew what you were getting when you got Johnny Depp. And like you said, I'll cry as I cash my $800 million check. But that whole thing is just so silly. It pretends that the 80s and 90s didn't exist. When rock bands would not show up at a venue for a scheduled event, and all of the people would just be like, who cares? We'll get them the next time around, like, because they're so awesome.
It speaks to the cultural change, doesn't it? The corporate managerial culture that like has taken over and produced like South Korean K-pop bands, right? Where their entire lives are like manufactured. They're like essentially just mannequins that jump around on a stage and then they're packaged off. And it's like, look, dude, that's not what a rock star is. A rock star is meant to be like a pretty, uncontained thing that the powers that be are desperately like a genie that they're trying to cage or something. It's meant to be this giant effervescent font of power and culture that leaves a blazing legacy, when they die young. That's what a rock star is meant to be. And so they're like, Johnny Depp took drugs and turned up late on set. Yeah, okay, and look how successful he was. Shut up. That's not making me think less of him.
You just described how we already picture every A-list actor on the planet, by the way. I don't think anybody thinks that Brad Pitt is always on time to the movie set, right? I don't think no one's like, oh man, Brad Pitt's late. I'm going to fire Brad Pitt. No,
Brad Pitt comes in with a fresh coffee at 5 to 9. He's like, morning, fellas. What are we doing today then? Yeah, okay, right. Like, come on.
And the other thing that was really unbelievable about her story there was she's like, and the crews and the production staff, they'd be sitting around talking bad about Johnny Depp. I mean, I'm not on any of those crews. I don't know anybody, but I have a hard time because how he interacts with literally everybody when he shows up at court in the morning And he goes up to every sheriff and he shakes their hand, says, good morning, great to see you, good morning. And like spends a moment. It's not like the hi, walk through. He spends a moment and then he turns around to the people in the crowd. Thank you. He'll look at the cameraman for freaking court TV and say, he did this the other day. He's like, guess I'll be seeing you tomorrow. You know, I think we'll be doing this again soon, is what he said. Yeah. And it's like those little interactions, you know, that he's walking through. I picture it as like an old, like an old Roman general walking through the tent after the battle, right? Just saying hi and spending a minute with the men. You get the impression that he does this, and it manifests in all of the people that he's like, yeah, I've got this extra house. Just why don't you just live there? You gotta, don't worry about it. Like,
wasn't there one where they were like, oh, why did you move out of the house or whatever? It's like, well, I didn't want to just, be dependent on him for my entire life or whatever. But that's the point, isn't it? It's this, he doesn't look like he's very concerned with money or like, he strikes me as someone who cares more about his relationships with other people, that seems to be a genuine concern for him. And I'm guessing that if you grew up with the kind of, background that he grew up with, then these become important to you. The most intimate relationship you have with your parents should have been a good one. Well, if it's not, that probably makes you think of the importance of the relationships.
Yeah. And also coming from not having any money into unfathomable wealth. I mean, sure, he has all of these properties. He has an island. He has these places, but you can imagine that they don't register to him as like trophies or anything like that. It's more like I almost see them as venues for a relationship type thing. Like, no, this is just where I am, and bringing people here to the island. He's got Paul Bettany and his family coming out to the island. He's bringing his doctors and nurses out to the island, bringing everybody, it seems like, out to the island whenever he's doing something. It's like, this is just a venue for those relationships. That's how he comes across to me. Maybe he's a total dick to everybody and just no one will talk about it. But
why wouldn't they? There's no reason that they wouldn't come out and say it.
Right. And the fact that no former employee, not one. First of all, they have trouble finding a former employee who's alive because he seems to just keep them employed forever. Yeah. These security guards who he's had for 20 years. And remembering what you have to do in these roles, they literally send text messages on his behalf. They'll go pick up a dog and drive the dog to Coachella behind Amber and her friends driving to Coachella. Well, I'll just take their luggage and dog. And these people work for him for decades. Yeah. It's a shit job. Like, let's be honest. If you didn't like the guy a lot, you wouldn't be there more than 6 months to a year, and you'd find somebody else to go work for.
And they tried to weaponize that against him as well. They're like, oh, well, all of these people are in his pay. And it's like, yeah, but they don't have to be. They don't have to have stuck by him in this job for decades and decades. They've done it because there's obviously something okay going on there. He obviously treats them with a modicum of respect. And that's, to his credit.
What about, I'm sure the butler that he hired that one time, that works for the fucking queen. Yeah, he's highly motivated. He's just under the thumb of Johnny Depp.
Couldn't get another job.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it.
When they dropped that
terrible CV.
When they dropped that he worked for the queen, it was like, oh, come on. Now that's just sticking a knife in at this point. Yeah. But yeah, all of these people who've worked high profile security for years could go to any other high profile security job they wanted. There's a reason that they stay with him. And they could probably, frankly, make more, because over the last couple years, Johnny Depp hasn't made as much as other stars. They could go work for any Marvel actor and probably be pulling more money. But they stick around. Why? They seem to like him. And it seems to be just a consistent history. And I think Depp's team really did a good job of showing all of these people in a way that you're not allowed to just testify to it in court, but they were able to demonstrate it by bringing them all in and laying out how long they've been working with him, how long they've been friends. Isaac Baruch, I think, was one of my favorite guys.
And also one of the things I think it was important was the way that Depp himself testified, right, when he was on the stand, like, he came across as very natural. Now, I know he's an actor, but he doesn't have a set of lines. You know, this is him in front of millions of people live, and that's not what actors do. Actors are recorded, they are edited up, and then, you know, you get the finished product, and anyone who's ever made a YouTube video knows how much you fix things in editing after the fact, you know. And so the fact that he can, you know, in front of millions of people live, in a hostile, in an interrogative, you know, openly hostile way, be interrogated and still come across like a very genuine, decent chap, that speaks a lot to his character as well, I think.
Yeah, and I think people really overemphasize the actor part, specifically of Hollywood actors, but even of stage actors.
Yeah.
I mean, Hollywood actors, on balance, do their acting in 3 to 5 minute spurts. We shoot this scene, and when you really like start looking at most movie and TV scenes at just how short they are. I was thinking about this a long time ago. It's like TV, especially in every TV scene where there's an interaction, someone walks in the door, they have a conversation for like 35 seconds, and then it's over. And I'm like, whose life is like this? And
the reason why is because they have a script to remember. They have literally got some memorized lines. You know, if Johnny Depp's on the stand for like 3 hours or something, there's no way anyone's acting that. You know, that's the authentic person, and that's why he's there for that long. You know. Yeah,
and the ability of actors to act is largely credited to directors, to rehearsal, to a script, and all of those things have to be present. Now, there's some rehearsal that's done for a trial that's this size with this much money. You know that they had him on a stand. I propose they probably hired another lawyer to come in and just rip him apart and prep for what Rottenborn was going to do. But he also had the UK trial, but it's not the same as like rehearsing for a part, because you never know what the other lawyer's actually going to say, how you're actually going to interact. And I think those genuine little interactions where he would say, Mr. Rottenborn, or, oh, I'm sorry, I should have known that would be objected to. You know, those sort of things were places where his character came out, and that's where he won, in my opinion, because it felt real. And then with Amber Heard, you saw the converse. Like, everything felt like she was trying to manufacture it, and she's looking at the jury. That just got me when she was, the one time she's crying, she looks at the jury, she goes back to crying, she looks at the jury, and then she goes back, and it's like, yeah, are they with me? Shit, they're not. No. Cry harder. No, they're still not with me. Cry harder. Like, stop it.
I love that. What was it? The prosecutor's name was Rottenborn.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, defense attorney, but yeah.
Yeah. But you know, the Rottenborn. What a terrible. I'm sorry, but that's, you know, why don't you just call him Mr. Evil? You know, just like, that's a name that conjures up negative connotations, right?
Yeah, it's perfect for the drama.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's scripted, you know. It's like, what? Okay, Mr. Rottenborn it is then, you know. Like, anyway, let's find that amusing.
Yeah. It was all around. It's been quite a show. I do think I'm glad it's ending. I think it's time to wrap this up. I hope that he's got a favorable verdict coming, and I hope that it's early next week, because I think, you know, a lot of people, you know, they're enjoying the show, they're enjoying the drama, but at the same time, it's like, we want this to move on. Like, this needs to be stamped out. Forever. Yeah.
You need a satisfying conclusion to the epic. Yeah.
I don't know if this was intentional, but the way that his team constructed their case literally climaxed at the closing of their case, and the falling action was the rebuttal from Amber Heard's team. This last hour of time that they had to bring in these two experts, kind of rushed through them, felt like meh. And then Amber Heard at the end with a little, you know, the little pop from the cross-examination, and then falling out. It was like, this is, if you were writing a movie script or a novel, This is exactly how it would happen. There's this build, there's these dramatic arcs with Johnny and Amber on the stand, and then it kind of levels out. And then this big climax at the end when that rebuttal was just like expert after expert and witness after witness. Kate Moss is coming in, dramatic.
I mean, it's
from a
literal.
cameo.
Because she and that was the thing. My wife was like, "Oh my god," she mentioned Kate Moss, and at the time I didn't realize the significance of it. And and I was like, "Well, what did they say? Oh, they can't mention the exes. They agreed that they weren't going to bring up the exes, and that allows him to bring her on as a witness now." And it's just like, Christ, that is just such a coup de grace. That is like the leg sweep. The throat cut. That is the boom, the knockout blow, and she fucked up. And it's high drama. It's like, oh my God, you should have just said nothing. You should have just said, well, I thought he was going to push her down the stairs and therefore, but you can tell it's, high drama. Love it.
One of the lawyers on my stream mentioned this, that when you're in these situations, when you're Amber Heard and you're on cross-examination, what you should be doing the overwhelming majority of the time is just answering the way they want you to answer, as long as it's true. Because they're trying to make you look bad, and get through them, and don't focus on any particular thing, and don't draw attention to some of these bad things. Just, yep, I said that. Yes, I did say that. Yes, that is my text. Yep, you read that correctly. Yes, that's what happened. And then let your team come back in and fix and let you narrate after that. But she couldn't do that because she had to argue, because
control the narrative. That's what she was trying to do.
Histrionic, right? Like everybody believes that. Also, by the way, how smart was it to have a much hotter psychologist on the stand?
What was the deal? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think she was one of the biggest assets to their case. That Dr. Curry. She was up there. Amber hated her because she's very pretty, but also very smart. And also older than Amber Heard. Yeah, and on Johnny's side. And then every one of Amber's witnesses was a little bit weird looking. Someone observed that. She didn't have anybody come on that was comparably attractive to her. No one could outshine her. And I think I think that's telling. And like you said, there's documented scientific proof that attractive people succeed. And one of the reasons is because people are more likely to trust from the onset an attractive person. They have to lose trust, whereas a less attractive person will have to gain it. And it was very
unfair. It's an unfair truth. It's just one of those things. But what was the other thing as well? Like the female lawyer that Heard had, I wasn't very impressed with. And you made a great point on the stream. It's like, I think this is a feminist choice. They've chosen her because she's a woman, and it had to be ideological, basically. And it's like, it kind of looks that way. It's like, well,
yeah, I think
back.
They were running a narrative. They thought it was a narrative. It was a successful narrative a couple years ago, but I really think Me Too has. Well, first of all, they had a lot of competition from Black Lives Matter. Frankly,
they did, and they got totally overshadowed by George Floyd.
Yep, and so a lot of the steam was just ripped out of their sails. If this case would have gone to trial 4 years ago, I think there would have been a different, at least a different level of drama and support and outcome. And I think she would have had more open support from more people. Nowadays, Me Too's been tarnished. I mean, it's not gone, and the sentiment is still there in popular media, but in normal people, you're just not finding it because they saw a lot of examples and letdowns from the movement.
Yeah, I mean, I can't actually remember any significant backfires for Me Too off the top of my head. I'm sure there have been some. I'm having trouble.
Asia Argento was one of the big problems that they had when it came out that she was, she's one of the founders or heads of Me Too, and then turns out she was the wife of Anthony Bourdain. Right. And it turns out she was having sex with a 14-year-old boy. Right? And people are like, wait a minute, what the hell?
You don't sound like much of a victim to me.
Yeah, that's you as an abuser. That's you as doing the thing we don't want. And then, they shuffle her out of the movement and things. But there was a bunch of little things like that. One of the other founders of Me Too, I believe it was her brother or her son got accused. She resigned publicly because she couldn't believe all women. She didn't believe that this man in her life that she knows and trusts would actually do this. And she took the reasonable approach. It's like, oh yeah, no, I know this person. This is a crazy allegation. It's like, yes, we've been telling you, but she had to publicly resign. So you've got some of these figureheads just have had a falling off over the years, and the steam was taken out of it, and the money, I think, and attention dried up. And I think that's where a lot of it's gone.
It's also based on a fundamentally unjust premise as well, that there should be no skepticism. And it's like, okay, but we know that there are certain women who will lie to hurt people. You know, that's everyone knows and has known from the dawn of time that if you write this blank check, someone's going to cash it. And so why would you leave that open for someone to hurt someone else for whatever personal vendetta? Like there's a fundamental injustice at the heart of Me Too anyway. And the thing is, I'm not saying Me Too wasn't necessary either, because I mean, fucking look at Hollywood. Look at it. You know, it is disgusting. Like the ambient degeneracy and just the grossness of horror of Hollywood is one of those things where it's like, look, it's, you know, like you get so many, what was the Corey Haim or whatever it was? It's like, well, there were pedophiles everywhere, you know, and all of
Corey
these women,
Feldman,
like,
I think.
Corey Feldman, that was it. Yeah, and like, you know, all of these women being like, well, yeah, it's the casting couch. You know, I was surrounded by predatory men who basically wanted to fuck me in order to give me a role. And it's like, yeah, there's no doubt that the structures, the institutions of Hollywood are gross, you know, and so it's doubtless that Me Too had a just cause. But there is also it was the demand that they're making. Oh, you got to believe us regardless of what, you know, what the allegation is. It's like, no, I'm not going to do that. You know, I'm not going to do that. That you know, there are definitely allegations that are true because of their context, you know, and it has to be determined in context. You can't just have a blank check to accuse anyone you like and just start pointing fingers and bang, 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 they're all dead. That's obviously going to lead to injustice, you know, so no.
Well, and speaking of this sort of Hollywood thing, but in your country, there's some headlines coming out because Kevin Spacey has been charged by the UK, right? For
only until those people wind up dead.
Right. But
it's weird how many Spacey accusers have wind up dead, mate.
Well, and the one that isn't dead, Anthony Rapp, right? Is he got a high enough profile that maybe killing him is a bad idea. He's in Rent. He's in that Star Trek Discovery, I think it is. And so he's out there, but going to the just overall degeneracy and horrificness of Hollywood was his story about Kevin Spacey. That this is what kicked it all off.
Which one was this one?
So Anthony Rapp was a 14-year-old aspiring actor, and he was at this Hollywood party, and Kevin Spacey allegedly, you know, got him into a room and was making advances on him. And Kevin, this is the one where he said, I don't actually recall this, but if I did anything like that, I'm so sorry. I never intended anything, blah, 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 blah. He made the apology. And then after that, it was the domino effect of him getting destroyed. But it was, if I remember right, that was the first accusation. And when I remember hearing that and going, you're 14. Why are you at a Hollywood party at all? Like, what are you even doing there? How did you get there? Where's your fucking mom? Like, what is this? And then it like, to me, that, like, people are like, oh, his advances on this 14-year-old were awful. And I'm like, oh, 14-year-old at a party is identifying a big part of the problem. Kids shouldn't be there.
It's indicative of a sick culture in that place.
Yes.
You know, like you know, I've been to lots of parties in my life as an adult, and there've never been any 14-year-olds there. And why would there be? You know,
right? The time you show up where there's a party and it's a 14-year-old, it's like, well, the parents are hosting a party of some sort at the house.
Yeah, it'd be a dinner party at their house. Yeah,
exactly. Not like debauchery, like poker night or something.
Yeah.
Retirement party, and the kids usually are sent to bed. Like, well, you know, adults are out. There's some beers and stuff, and everybody's fine. You go to bed, stay away.
The kids might sneak down and steal some of the nibbles after they've been put in the kitchen because everyone's had their fill. Maybe drink like half a glass of wine that was left on the side or something. That's a normal thing. It's not.
We saw this in that documentary, The Sound of Music.
I haven't seen it. Oh, sorry. I thought there was an actual documentary called The Sound of Music. Well, I don't know. There might have been.
No, when they do that, sorry, it's a joke. Right.
When
they at night, they're doing their good night, that famous scene, and that's what it was. It's like the party. Now the kids need to go to bed and stop participating in the party. So
but absolutely. What was he even there for in the first place? What was the benefit? And you gotta wonder.
Yeah, it's it's a shame that Corey Feldman gets kind of shut down everywhere he goes to talk about this stuff. He's not the only one, though.
I assume it's because he's telling the truth. I mean, Elijah Woods said the same thing, that there were pedos everywhere, but his parents kept him away from it. And it's like, well, I'm guessing like the invitation was to bring them to these parties, right? And that's how the 14-year-old ended up at this party with Kevin Spacey. And Elijah Wood's parents were like, yeah, we're not doing that. Fucking.
And he should thank God for it every day.
Oh, yeah. I bet he does.
Let me hit some of the super chats that have come in. I'm going to have to wrap the show up probably in the next 20 minutes or so. But because I got to get to dinner with the family. But Mr. Dramsey says, yesterday there was a discussion that this bolsters the case for cameras in all courtrooms. Do you think that would ferment performance art versus maybe having audio only like in SCOTUS? I don't care. No, I don't think so, because performing in front of a jury will fail and people will notice. People intuit when people are lying to them. I've talked about this a little bit before when people said, oh, you should have body language experts on the show and stuff like that. It's like, well, I mean, they're kind of interesting, but they're only to me, body language experts are most interesting in articulating what we already intuit. When someone is lying to you, I feel like we've actually evolved fairly good lie detectors. And it's why it takes a really good liar to fool you in general, to swindle you out of money. And it's why they get caught with relative frequency. People are good at figuring out when they're being put on.
You would have to be really naive. You would have to be really naive. I think that's a great point. Essentially, anyone who's lived in the world for any specific, significant period of time without the guidance of their parents, have been an adult in the world. If you haven't learned that skill, you're going to get taken advantage of. And so everyone's good at that. Let's be real.
Yeah. And occasionally a really good liar will fool you, but on balance, I think having the cameras in the courtroom is a net positive, because we got rid of filthy English secret courts and built good American transparent courts. But that's why we did it, because of the Star Chamber that the king used to use. I mean, that was the whole thing.
Yeah, but that was in like 1640.
Well, remember when our system was built, right? Like 1790.
The Star Chamber, just to be clear, this was never like a settled piece of English law. It was, it's used to describe the tyranny of the king.
Counterpoint.
Go on.
I do want to say this. During the UK trial for Johnny Depp, Amber Heard was allowed to testify behind closed doors. That testimony was not out. So there are, and the U.S. does this from time to time too. There are specific instances where it happens, but that's what I think if there's nothing else that I accomplish in the world, it's if I get a couple thousand people to understand that transparency in the justice system has inherent values for liberty and a check on government power. That's what it'll be. That if that's my legacy, then that's great. I just looked it up. The Star Chamber I was right. 1641 when it was stopped being used. Yeah.
So,
it was
good off the top of my head. Happy with
that notion. But I'm glad it was.
Well, yeah.
My English history is not great, but is that about the time where the parliamentary system was starting to form and become more developed, or did that come later? I
don't doubt. Yeah, it's going to be a consequence. I mean, the English Civil War started literally in the next year, and that's what led to the supremacy of Parliament. So it's going to. I've got to say, I will have to go back and double check that as well. But in fact, I'll check with Bo because he's the expert. But it's going to be a consequence of this.
Yeah, I mean,
the absolutism. Like at the time, you had like competing strands of thought. You had essentially monarchism and republicanism. And after the English Civil War, England's flirtation with republicanism was to have Cromwell as Lord Protector. And we didn't really like that, to be honest. But 'cause it wasn't traditional. It's a land of ancient traditions. The problem is that absolute monarchy is a French invention, and it had come over here with the Normans. And the last 900 years of English political history is desperately trying to rein in the Normans. Just okay, fucking just calm down, for fuck's sake. No, I'm God. God put me here. No, it's not how it works here. Okay, and that's why England is better than France.
Well,
and that's why America is as it is, frankly.
Yeah, it is. I was on a debate with Destiny where I was heavily referencing English law the other day because it was a debate about abortion and property rights and I was pointing to and this goes to what we're talking about because this is the beginning of the erosion of monarchical power. Comes I think about 100 to 200 years before the English Civil War. And that's where prior to that, the king he had a fiefdom, right? And he owned all of the land and would assign portions of the land to be temporarily occupied. And when people died, their widow and their children often wouldn't stay on the land. And so the English system, common law, started to develop a way basically of succession where this would pass down to descendants, and we got inheritance from that, but it didn't exist. And
it in the pre-Norman Anglo-Saxon kingdom, it actually did. It's complex, but that's the broad stroke of it. Yeah,
right. And so I was pointing out that under that system, they even determined that fetuses, unborn babies, had rights, had present property rights. To if a parent would die, they would actually obtain that inheritance, and they would take possession of it when they were born, but they would get it while they were in the womb.
Yeah.
And so
they would have a regency in the meantime. Yeah.
Right. And so there was a recognition of rights for infants. That's why I was bringing it up. But it's interesting because you could see that chipping away at power and just how long it took because the absolute stranglehold that kings had in England for a while. But now the monarchy is completely different.
No, it's Parliament is absolutely supreme in England, and there's no known understanding of where the limits of that are. Actually, there's nothing established that says Parliament can't do this, it can't do that. Technically, Parliament could do anything it wanted, actually, which is kind of scary, really.
Right.
But thankfully, we live in a country that's not crazy.
There's no official written constitution because there is no official there. It would be unlawful for an act of a prior parliament to bind a present one. Yeah. And so it's a completely different system.
But it kind of I was thinking about this a while ago. I was thinking, it seems easy to say, well, I want an absolute rule. I want this written constitution, but that it changes the tone of a country to have that. Whereas at the moment it's based in good faith, and that is important. That's because it's the goodwill of both parties, but that keeps the country together. And America is proof of this not being sufficient. When the Democrats decide, fuck the Republicans, we hate you, we want to go to the very end of the limits of the law in order to destroy you, well, then the countries are over, effectively. No piece of paper keeps that together. It has to be based on a mutual goodwill. And so if your system is literally built on the mutual goodwill, you don't necessarily need, because it's about having consideration for the other guy, even if it's you're trying to win over him, and yet you still don't want to utterly ruin him, and that changes the tone of things.
At the end of the day, countries and empires succeed on at the will of the people who are ruled by them. And so in the US, we've developed and are losing a faith in the piece of paper. That was, this is our law. This is ironclad. This is what's written down, and this is what will govern our country. And here's how we change it if we need to. And here's how we operate under it. And now I think people are losing that faith, and we see some real struggles with what America is. We see more calls for division than probably ever since 1860 or whatever. But we're seeing that now. And with the English system, you don't have a piece of paper to put faith in, and that's fine because you have faith in sort of this idea. But it's always the will of the governed that lets a government exist, because on a timeline with enough people who are disgruntled, no matter how despotic or powerful the regime may be, they will be overthrown. Something will collapse it, even if that something is they've killed all the people and there's no tax base left. It will eventually collapse. So no, it's that's interesting. I hadn't really thought through that perspective, but
it was only the other day that it occurred to me. It's like it would be untraditional to have a written constitution, and it would make us a social contract society rather than like a relational society. And I don't really want to be a social contract society. I actually think the things that are happening in England that I don't like at the moment are a consequence of us trying to be like America. And it's like, yeah, we're not the same, you know.
The main way you need to be like America is expanded gun rights. That's what you need.
Yeah, well, we can have guns. It's just that we're not a big gun culture.
I'm saying expand it further. And I'm saying also expand American gun rights further, because that's who I am. Miscellaneous says, in memory of Phil Hartman, who died on this day in 1998 at the hands of his wife, I'm glad Johnny got away before he met the same fate. I'm not 100% convinced that Amber Heard would have killed him because it's killing the meal ticket, but I don't know their insurance situation.
Shit, what she wanted is to be able to have moral authority over him in all circumstances, to manipulate him into being like literally like a slave.
Yeah.
That's what I think she was trying to do.
I agree. Casey says, are you going to have an unbreaded today? I don't tend to do those during the daytime shows. So no, and plus I don't have time because I got to end in just a little bit here. Are you familiar with the unbreaded bit? I'll send you something for you to peruse.
Okay.
It's my favorite thing.
Sounds ominous.
It's great.
Okay.
It involves a UCLA professor who went a little bit batty. Logan says, my fiance made me take a shot of the worst thing I've ever had in my mouth. I want to share this with you and hear your honest review from a connoisseur. This isn't sold anywhere else or online even. How do I send it to you from Illinois legally? It's called Malort. I've had it. It is so gross. Don't you dare send me Malort. Jepson's Malort is disgusting. Oh, it's like licorice that's been sitting next to a fat man's ass who's been sitting in a chair for 12 hours. That's what it tastes like. God, it's gross.
My mum went to Greece a few years ago, and I was like, oh, bring me back something nice. And she brought me back ouzo, and I was like, oh, fucking ouzo. Like she could have brought me back Metaxa, but no, she brought me back ouzo. And don't get me wrong, I love Mum. Sorry, Mum. Don't mean to dob you in. But it's like, what a choice. I
would drink ouzo every day of my life in history for the rest of my life rather than drink another shot of Malort. It must be bad. It is so disgusting. I can't even express how bad it was. There's tons of review videos out there of people trying Malort. One of my favorites is, I think his name is like Everyday Sommelier or something. He's a wine sommelier or unemployed sommelier. Yeah, it's unemployed sommelier. And he did his sommelier review of Malort, and it's spot on. It's so gross. Sargon from Birth says, as someone named Sargon by my parents, thank you, Sargon of Akkad, for starting unnecessary drama for me when I use my given name.
Well, I mean, I didn't really think of it when I chose the name because it was just a gamer tag, because it was I like the historical character. But it never occurred to me that anyone alive now would ever be called Sargon. I didn't know that it was like a Middle Eastern name that was still in use. So I apologize. Sorry.
Teresa Kaufman says, you and Sargon on society and domestic violence on men. This is why the UK ruling was so devastating after seeing the real evidence. Would so hate it if this jury doesn't rule for Johnny Depp. This is why I care so much. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think you're alone there.
I hated hearing it as well because it's like, you know that there's evidence they didn't have when they made their decision, and so as far as the UK is concerned, Johnny Depp is just a wife beater, and it's like, and the Sun can just print that, and there's no recourse. It's like, look, that's probably not true, and it's also awful. You know, it's that
Right.
like that again. That adds to the heightening of the drama of the thing, doesn't it? You know, it's already, he's been wrongfully convicted. Now, you know, everyone here is allowed to say he's a wife beater. The press constantly say it, and it's like, look, I just don't think it's true.
I would
don't think it's
wager also that if Johnny Depp wins, the first thing you'll see is the UK Sun. Their article will be wife beater Johnny Depp
Yeah, let me look.
wins over Amber Heard in court. Because if I was the editor in chief of the UK Sun, I would already have the article written with exactly the headline that calls him a wife beater.
Let me have a quick look through their latest articles while you go through the next one. I'll have a look.
Yeah. Veptunes, welcome to lawyer status. Thank you. Timothy Reaper says, weren't you two listening to Rottenborn? If you question Amber's story, you're a monster who won't listen to any women ever. Yeah.
I mean, that's true, but how does that bear on this?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with me believing Amber Heard. That was just already the case.
Yeah, exactly.
Eric Miller says, even their roles say a lot. Depp is rarely ever violent, and Heard is often violent. Depp played a passive pirate, a group of people who are known for being savage. Heard played a ward patient.
And she had previously been arrested for assaulting a girlfriend, like in public. Like, come on.
Yeah, unfortunately, they couldn't lay that out for the jury. They did their best. They called the cop, but she wasn't allowed to say she was a cop, clearly. And she wasn't allowed to mention the arrest specifically, just her intervention and her calling a colleague for assistance. Brandon James says, had a lousy last 3 to 4 years, but things are looking up. Just popped an Angel's Envy rye, such a great drink, and Glendronach 15 Revival. First new bottles in 4 years. So good. Cheers, Nick. I've not heard that Glendronach. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but I'll have to look for that. Angel's Envy is so good. Paul Walker, only Tom Cruise is on time to the set every day. The set crew probably wishes he was a little bit more like everyone else. All praise to his work ethic and his latest films. He is a true superstar. Tom Cruise really, like, he's good. He's good stuff. I mean, he may be crazy and shit, but
He is clearly crazy.
I always enjoy his performances, like without exception. His movie making is good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there is
can't wait to
something
see
a
Maverick.
little. There's something a little empty behind the eyes, though, right? No, seriously, like, it's not that he doesn't play a convincing human, which he does, but I always felt there's a kind of deadness behind the eyes with Tom Cruise. In his, at least in modern era. I mean, maybe when you go back to watch the original Top Gun, he's not like that because he's 20 years old. But like now, there feels this kind of deadness in his performances, and that's not, again, and not saying he's not a fantastic actor, because he is. He's a very good and convincing actor. But there's some spark in it that I don't. That doesn't connect with me, and that's not, again, not to say that I think he's bad or a bad guy even, I think he's just a bit fruity, but I kind of, there's an emptiness, and I feel it's a bit sad, actually,
Get out on Twitter, y'all. Sargon hates Tom Cruise confirmed. Very, very, very uncouth. No, I want to see Maverick because I want to see him revisit that iconic role and see, I actually see what you're saying. I think like his Jack Reacher character was I can see it there for sure. Where there's like, I'm doing this thing, look, get me shirtless and running fast. That became the Tom Cruise narrative. But no, I really, like, I love Top Gun. I think it's one of my favorite movies from when I was a kid, and so I want to see Maverick.
I mean, same here, man. Jesus.
Yeah, to see if that role like sparks that. And all I keep hearing is that it's really good.
I keep hearing
Critical
that too.
Drinker says it's great.
Yeah.
Everyone I know who's seen it has said good things. Chase Asher, this has been going on for years. Remember, Drew Barrymore was going to those parties when she was 9. Yeah, Firestarter or whatever with Drew Barrymore. Yeah, gross. Brian Nielsen, the royal family got hemophilia from a god that hated them. Dean
True, probably.
Domino 25 says, Sargon, just listened to you on Adam and Sitch show yesterday. If you want to convince blue pill normies on why critical race theory is bad, show them Unbreaded and Matthew Harris. They are the intended products of it.
You are going to have to send me this Unbreaded thing.
Yeah, don't worry. I will. Gunnar says Switzerland and Norway have a pretty strong gun culture. Their independents are both based on armed citizens, even to the point that Norway almost went to war with their own king to be independent.
Norway's independence kind of contingent on Britain bailing them out. Get wrecked, Arch.
Let me give you a brief rundown of the Unbreaded thing, just so you. I'm going to send you the manifesto. But so this guy, Matthew Harris, he's a black guy, gets a PhD.
Oh, this is the philosophy professor who wrote the N-word manifesto.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Right.
I spent a week with that just on my browser at work, in one of the tabs, and literally whenever I get bored, I just read a few more pages of it, and it's just, it's just hilarious. Like you can't broadcast it, but it's the funniest thing I've ever read, and it's like, okay, this guy's a lunatic. Clearly, he's a fucking lunatic. But yeah, no, it's fascinating.
You know, I read a page of that every night on my night show.
Do you?
Yeah,
I take you censor.
I censor, the overt racial slurs. I use Binger instead of the N-word. I use bike instead of the Jewish word.
Yeah.
And I use blink instead of the Chinese word.
What do you use instead of the bundle of sticks word?
I think I usually drop that one in there. It's pretty rare in there, but that if you're after 2 hours on a live stream, you can get away with a lot. But no, I agree. It's the funniest thing that exists.
When it first came out, a friend of mine sent it to me, and we were in the office. I was just like howling, just reading out passages from it. Everyone's like, "What is this?" It's like, well, there's a doctor of philosophy in his manifesto for the black race, and then he goes on a terror attack, and it's just like, this is just wild. It's like a caricature. It's like something 4chan would have written. It's 4chan's manifesto.
Yeah. Oh, and it's so good. The other part that makes it even better for me is that if you can look up his dissertation from Duke University.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And I have not read the document, but I've read the abstract of it. It's the same book, but it's written it's written in the language of the academic, right?
Dude, send that across to me. You gotta send that across to me. That is so funny.
Yeah. I mean, he talks about his basic theory is that, or his thesis is that race is inherent in the same way that any other genetic trait is, and that racial cultures are then genetic, not that they're learned from environmental factors. And thus, there should be racial tribalism, and that black people should remove and not associate with Asians, white people, etc. This is his thesis that he wrote and got a PhD from Duke University. And so like everybody freaked out about this manifesto, and I'm thinking, but he told you this, and you loved it.
It's been there for a while.
You loved his philosophy when it just didn't have the N-word 10,000 times in it. You were fine with it, and while he hadn't tried to shoot anybody at that point.
What I find remarkable about his manifesto as well is that he was like, look, like to be a real N-word is like something like the fate of all blacks, or the mission, the idealistic archetype, and so we have to be as awful as possible. Is basically his argument, and it's like, why the fuck would you want that? You know, no. Look, listen. I'm going to ascend to a higher plane of existence by being the most N-word that has ever N-worded. And it's like, right, okay, this is the PhD in philosophy talking here. Maybe you're not right. Like maybe that's wrong. I don't know.
And 120 pages of killing all the Asians.
And the Jews, the stupid, sexy Jews. You're not allowed to sleep with those Jews.
God.
And it's just like, okay.
So I have a randomizer on my phone, and I pick one page every night and read it. And it's It's like this is.
How have I
this
missed
is,
that?
I
Like,
don't
you must
know.
do it like 6 hours in or something.
Oh yeah, it's I usually do it around 2 to 2.5 hours into the night show. So for you, that's really early morning.
Yeah. I can't watch that, unfortunately.
Brad Powers says these last 2 super chats, and then we'll wrap up the show. Brad Powers says, as an air traffic controller, pilot, and ATC, friends said Top Gun is excellent. Thanks for your coverage on Depp versus Turd. Oh, thank you. Timothy Reaper, Matthew Harris's research on the growth rates of penguins is fascinating. Yeah, he's got a line just in there, and this is what makes this thing brilliant. When, in one of his numbered things, he says, penguins used to be taller than people, and they're getting there again, or something like that. And then you look it up, and you find out, yeah, there are these giant fucking penguins in history, like 6 feet tall penguins running around. It's like, wait, what?
I had no idea. But I love that this is something that's, like, look, we're gonna engage in the race war. All the black people are going to become as N-wordy as they possibly can in order to wipe out everyone else. But also the giant penguins are a bit of a concern. I think this guy might have been mad,
Oh, have you ever watched his video?
No, I didn't see his video. I just read him out his manifesto.
Okay, I said I was going to end it, but we got to do this real quick.
Go on.
It's only like 50 seconds.
Go on.
This is why I call it the Daily Unbreaded. So this is him. Hold on, this is him. He posted on the day that he posted the manifesto, he uploaded something like 200 videos to YouTube that day that were between, like 30 seconds and 20 minutes. This is one of them. So if anybody wants to know who this guy is, this is who we're talking about. This is Matthew Harris. Here we go.
Touchdown. Paper? Unbreaded. Nope. Hold up. Touchdown. On paper? Unbreaded. Right. Touchdown. On paper? Unbreaded. Touchdown. Paper? Unbreaded. Right. Touchdown. Paper? I never gave a shit. This was never to these. Touchdown. Paper? Unbreaded. Die!
There's a part of me that thinks, right, that like the front of his brain is kind of touching a different reality to ours, right? And so in his mind he can see into like this alternate reality, and he's like, oh, I can see more than anyone can ever see. And he's trying to pull it back, and then he gets it out into this manifesto where it's like, no, look, you've got to stop sleeping with your Jewish teacher because she's a whore. You've got to do all of these terrible things, and trust me, this is going to work, bro. And it's like he's some sort of insane prophet and just couldn't quite like interface the divine revelation that's being given to him. Obviously I'm joking, he's a mental patient, but like it's just wild, isn't it? Like he seems like he's like trying to pull something from the ether that he just can't articulate, and so it's just the N word 10,000 times.
He's my favorite character of 2022 by a clear mile. I don't think it will be, but man, if his trial is televised, I think there would be people in the gallery wearing a shirt that has like the little circle with the line through it over a loaf of bread. And
I mean, based as a keto bro, I say that's based.
It needs to happen.
Unbreaded. But I mean, surely he's just going to be like, right, insane. Like one page of this guy's ramblings, he'll be like, okay, that's hilarious, but insane.
Well, but
mental.
Okay, so the insanity defense isn't that simple in the United States.
Yeah, but he's obviously mad.
The question is, does he have the ability to discern right from wrong?
I read his manifesto. I don't think he does. Like, I legit don't think he does.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. That'll be It'll be an interesting argument. I want to see it. That's all I want to do. If they do it, I would be tempted. It'll be in Colorado. It'll be, I think it's in federal court, so it probably wouldn't be videoed. I would be tempted to actually go. Like I'm not big on traveling to a courthouse, but that one might be worth it. So we'll see though. Okay, finally, last one. Adherent of Lady Columbia. Carl, isn't the Rousian spell casting exactly engineered to destroy English good faith? I think honestly, with the U.S. being in part but not whole, allows us to maneuver left or right, such as Roe versus Wade and concealed carry.
Yeah, this is a problem with the concept of rhetoric itself. Is that historically in the ancient world you had schools of rhetoric, and rhetoric was considered to be a kind of weapon that people wielded in order to literally sort of cast a spell over people to make them believe something wasn't necessarily true, but would facilitate a power that literally, grabs a man's mind and makes him compelled to take an action that otherwise no rational person would do. So yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, and I'm not saying that it's for everyone. Maybe a social contract society like the United States is the only way that works. Otherwise maybe you need and again, reading this The English Are the Human book, my favorite part is he's like, look, the English are fucking stupid. Like, they don't think. And it's like, yeah, that's an inoculation against rhetoric. Being too stupid to understand what's being said is a solid defense against very elaborate arguments that turn you into a crazed lunatic. So just saying there's something to it.
I love it.
Not even joking. The North FC meme. It's that. It's literally that. 100 years ago, this fucking Dutch professor's like, well, the English just don't think. It's like, yeah, you're right. We just do. What do? We do what we've always done for hundreds and hundreds of years. That's just what we do. And has it led us wrong? No. So we don't need your fancy rhetoric because we're too dumb to understand it.
Okay, you brought up the North FC meme. I have to ask you if you have any comment on the Portugal street fight. Is this the Ralph thing, right? Yeah.
Well, thank you, Butts Worldman, for sending me a daily update on how Ralph is going wrong. Honestly, at this point,
sends it to me too.
At this point, I'm just like, man, it's sad watching what's happening to Ralph. Well, I feel bad. It's like, Ralph, stop. You're doing this to yourself, Ralph.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%.
You are courting destruction on purpose because you think you can win out. Just disengage, cover something else, cover sports, cover whatever it is. Whatever you're doing. I'm not really following it closely. I just see the tweet with a clip of video and it's like, oh, Jesus, Ralph, just do something else for the love of God, man.
Yeah, that was just like I think it's
and
Cog and Dan going over there is like that probably shouldn't happen, but at the same time, like, you have to evaluate what you're doing, that someone would travel to a different country for the purpose of messing with you. Like that's need some life checks on that one. And also I think based on my initial view, I think he seemed to have instigated the fight, which was a mistake on his part, but all right, man. Well, thank you for coming on. We've got to do a mini painting stream, you, me, and Az.
Yeah, definitely. I've actually recently rearranged my office as well, so I'm actually able to do that. I can get a light now. I've got some space here, so I can actually put a light in, so I can actually paint in here, which I wasn't able to do before. But don't tell my wife, because she'll insist that I come inside and come out here and do it rather than doing it in the kitchen. And the whole purpose of my painting in the kitchen is actually part of a colonization effort of my own house. Because you know what women are like, right? They take over the place and they decorate, and they're like, oh no, I don't need to touch that corner. And basically, I've had to. It's been like a 1.5 year long battle that I've been having with my wife about I'm having my Warhammer stuff in this corner, darling. I'm painting on this table and I'm not moving from this. And it's I'm slowly taking ground. So, don't tell anyone, but for one time I can come in here and do it with you.
I know this fight. Even in my office here, I have less space because on the other wall is bookshelves full of books that aren't mine. That are hers and the kids.
that is a capitulation. That is,
Yeah.
man, you've got to fight back.
There's
you know?
nowhere else to put them.
Nothing in my office is not mine, and my wife isn't allowed in here. So this is the last bastion that I have. It's like, no, this is mine and mine alone, and that's all I've got. But,
I love it.
But yeah, no, dude, I'd love to do a painting stream. And my evenings are a lot more free these days as well.
Perfect.
So basically, just message me and Az at some point, and we'll set it up, man. We'll set it up.
Yep.
And thanks for the kind words you said on the stream about my painting the other day as well. When you did one.
Oh, dude, it's stupid good. So,
oh, thank you. I really appreciate that, because I'm like totally like the insecure Instagram girl when it comes to painting, because I follow a bunch of painting accounts on Instagram, and my fucking god, are they good? Like, I'll send you one, in fact, in a second. That is just, it will make you insecure,
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, and so I'm looking at my own painting thinking, 5 minutes ago I thought that was all right, and now I'm looking at this dude and like, oh no, just may as well scrap it all, But so yeah, I appreciate that, man. And in fact, I'll send you it now. I'll send you it right this second. Get this up, and you'll see what I fucking mean. It's just, you will feel inferior.
Okay, Get This Up is the name of my sex tape. Oh, come on. Yeah,
right?
Okay, hold on here. I'll pull this up. Just people are like, what the hell are they talking about? Look, this is hobby time, boys and girls.
Yeah.
So yeah, like the level of detail and the highlighting that's done in the that's just stupid.
In the eye and in the
stupid.
lens on the thing on his shoulder, it's just so good. It's like,
the little dot to make it look like glass up here.
It looks
too.
genuinely 3-dimensional glass, and this thing is, you can see the size of his finger. It's tiny, and it's like, Jesus. And so this is like the Instagram model effect, right? Where they spend 5 hours setting up a shot, and then they take one foot, and the little girl's in her room, and she's like, I'll never look like that. It's like, yeah, but she doesn't really look like that. But, and so I get, I'm just like depressed about my own paintings. I look at this and be like, oh, I suck.
Yeah. You looked at this and said, bloody hell, that is incredible. I can tell.
Yeah. And I followed loads of these accounts, and my wife's just like, no, you need to unfollow them. I'm like, no, I like looking at them. They're pretty.
Yeah. I mean, the level of work that,
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the progression. It's stupid. I'm terrible, but it's okay. I enjoy doing it and learning and just building the skill. Cause just, I think men, and I'm rambling, but I think men have a need to craft something. Like, I think that's built into us to some level. And it doesn't always have to be important, but it can just be a skill that you do. I think is important that you do something.
Do you want to know, before I go, what I was doing today, in fact, just over there, I've been building some terrain, and I found, because I want some nice terrain, because I take photos of the battles we have, and so I want to look nice. And I wanted some hills, some elevation. And I found a really good video on like how to get like extended or extruded polystyrene or something to do it. And then, you get PVA glue, put some sand on it, stuff like that. And so I spent a few hours this afternoon doing that, and they're currently drying over there. And I'm like, oh shit, these turned out all right. And so I'm going to paint them tomorrow, and I'll send you some pictures for tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
And because they look like they're coming together really, really well. And if it comes out properly painted like it looks like it will, I'm actually going to be really chuffed. And you're exactly right. It's just like, I was just really having a good time in the garden, like hacking away at this fucking foam. Just being like, yeah, I'm going to sort this out. It means nothing, but I just really enjoy the process.
Yeah. I think it's critical.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks,
To the chat. Thanks to all of you. I'll get through more of the super chats on a stream probably tomorrow, because I'll be on Flashcast tonight. And and Monday there's going to be some more stream time as well, because there's no trial Monday. So we've got some time to catch up. And then of course on Tuesday we'll be verdict watching until it comes in. So we'll see you guys then. Guys, also links to all of Sargon's channels, including his current big project, which is Podcast of the Lotus Eaters, are in the description of the video. You can click on all of the names: Akkad Daily, Sargon of Akkad, Podcast of the Lotus Eaters.
That's the one you want to follow, really. So I don't make content for the other ones these days, so it's just the Podcast of the Lotus Eaters.
Well, you did do a live stream the other day with Arch about that one stupid fucking Warhammer video that was so good.
Yeah, but that was yeah. Thank you. I really enjoyed doing that, but that's like a rare thing, you know. It's not, you know.
So check out Lotus Eaters. I saw someone in the chat who was asking where you went because they used to follow you and couldn't find you anymore. That's where. Podcast of the Lotus Eaters. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Catch you guys soon. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the